Chapter 2067. The second son of God of the Celestial Court was also, this combat power is really, after the third son of God of the Celestial Court, the second son of God of the Celestial Court was also killed by Lin Tian. The cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock. Out of the 10 sons of God of the Celestial Court, only Shinwuk and the other 7 were left. Their expressions became even more ghastly as they clenched their fists. In the blink of an eye, another one of them had been killed. Why have you all stopped? Aren't you the 10 most powerful people of your generation from the Celestial Court? Are you all afraid now? Lin Tian's voice rang out. With the Tai Chi divine domain protecting his body, he looked at Shinwuk and the other 7 and walked toward them. His attitude and words undoubtedly made Shinwuk and the other 8 sons of God of the Celestial Court turn cold. Reincarnation body, you're too arrogant. The 5th son of God of the Celestial Court said. Arrogant? Lin Tian said with disdain. How can I be compared to your Celestial Court? Dozens of sky-level heavenly lords came to steal my origin. Now, the 10 most powerful sons of God of the Celestial Court have joined forces to steal something that doesn't belong to you. Tell me, who's the arrogant one? The 5th son of God of the Celestial Court snorted. The reincarnation origin doesn't belong to you. Anyone in the world can take it. The Celestial Court will take it. My life origin doesn't belong to me. Anyone in the world can take it? Lin Tianling smiled. His eyes were merciless. In the next moment, he stepped forward and his speed skyrocketed. In an instant, he appeared in front of the 5th son of God of the Celestial Court. The 5th son of God of the Celestial Court was shocked and quickly retreated. However, Lin Tian was too fast. His eyes were cold as he activated the Divine Path reincarnation diagram again. At the same time, he also activated the 5 thunders sky shaking incantation. Streaks of black lightning intertwined, cooperating with the Tai Chi Dominion and the Divine Path reincarnation diagram to seal off all directions. They directly suppressed the 5th divine child of the Celestial Court. Sizzling sounds continued to be heard. The void in all directions collapsed at the first moment, and the destructive power surged violently. The 5th divine son of the Celestial Court trembled in the face of this terrifying, destructive power. He shouted, "Stop!" Pooh! The Divine Path reincarnation diagram and the 5 thunders heaven suppression spell, combined with the attack of the Tai Chi divine domain, were extremely powerful. They forcefully interrupted the 5th divine child of the Celestial Court and directly crushed him into pieces. Even his divine soul was annihilated. The attack was too fast, and it was completed in an instant. Shinwuk and the other 7 shensis of the Celestial Court did not even have time to help. In an instant, the remaining 7 shensis of the Celestial Court were extremely shocked and furious. Reincarnation body. Shinwuk clenched his fists, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. After killing the 5th divine son of the Celestial Court, he walked toward Shinwuk and the others. You people of the Celestial Court are arrogant and despotic. However, each and every one of you is useless. Buzz! The Divine Path reincarnation diagram spun above his head. Black lightning interwove outside his body, and the Tai Chi divine domain circled around him. At this moment, although his aura was much weaker, he still gave off the feeling that he was a deity, as if he could suppress everything. He stepped toward Shinwuk and the others, and he used the Divine Path reincarnation diagram and the black lightning to envelop all 7 of them. Kill! Shinwuk shouted coldly. The Demon Slayer Ancient, skill boiled. Streaks of Demon Slayer purple veins spread out, crazily pressing down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 6 shensis of the Celestial Court also used various great skills. The Divine Path laws interwove, and they worked together with Shinwuk to attack Lin Tian. Boom! 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 The 8 of them fought fiercely, and the sky was filled with destructive light. At this moment, Lin Tian's Saint power was almost depleted. He was facing Shinwuk and the others at the same time, and the pressure was immense. However, his expression did not change. The Tai Chi divine domain was indestructible. The divine path reincarnation diagram was powerful, and the 5 thunder sky shock technique was ferocious. He was not at a disadvantage at all. In the blink of an eye, another 6 hours passed. After 6 hours, Lin Tian seized a short gap and used the Tai Chi divine domain to protect his body. He endured the ferocious attacks from Shenwuk and the others, and pressed the divine path reincarnation diagram directly onto the body of the 6th Shensi of the Celestial Court. Poof! Blood splattered everywhere. The 6th Shensi of the Celestial Court could not withstand the attack, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. 6 left. Lin Tian spat out blood. The light of the Tai Chi divine domain dimmed significantly, but his eyes were still cold. You! Shinwuk and the others looked terrible, and they clenched their fists tightly. Out of the 10 Shensi of the Celestial Court, 4 of them had died at the hands of Lin Tian. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He took a step forward, and his afterimages filled the sky as he attacked. Virum! With the Tai Chi divine domain protecting his body, the divine path reincarnation diagram was raised again. Together with the pitch-black thunderbolts, it completely enveloped Shinwuk and the others, and attacked them indiscriminately. Shinwuk and the others fought with all their might, and they attacked wildly. All kinds of grand techniques were used, and their auras were terrifying. The space around them collapsed bit by bit. Bam! With a muffled sound, Lin Tian was hit by the 6 at the same time. The Tai Chi divine domain did not shatter, but the powerful force spread through the Tai Chi divine domain, and he coughed up blood. However, his expression was still cold. At the same time, a punch landed between the 4th Shensi of the Celestial Court's brows. Poof! The 4th Shensi of the Celestial Court's head exploded, and his divine soul and consciousness were destroyed. After that, he did not stop. He formed a seal with one hand, and wisps of black thunderbolts surrounded his entire right hand. He waved his hand, and as if he was holding a whooshing divine blade, he slashed at the 7th Shensi of the Celestial Court. Tai Chi, Thunder Blade. His voice was cold, and his palm landed on the 7th Shensi of the Celestial Court's head. In an instant, the 7th Shensi of the Celestial Court was split in half by the fierce power of the 5 thunders, sky, shocking incantation, and the vast Tai Chi of Yin and Yang. Then his body exploded, and his divine soul was destroyed. Such a scene made the cultivators in the Nirvana wilderness tremble uncontrollably. Many people's scalps were numb. Of the 10 Shensi of the Celestial Court, only 4 are left, someone said in a trembling voice. Someone spoke with a trembling voice, and his face and eyes carried terror that was impossible to conceal. This is really an aura of invincibility. On the other side, the white tiger and the little Taichu were a little excited. What a freak! The white tiger clenched his claws. The 10 Shensi of the Celestial Court were all at the peak of the Sage King realm. They were almost the 10 strongest people of the same generation in the Heaven realm. But now, Lin Tian had fought the 10 of them alone. After 3 days of fierce fighting, he had killed 6 of them. How terrifying was this battle record! It was really heaven-defying. Of the 10 Shensi of the Celestial Court, only Shenwuk, the 8th Shensi, the 9th Shensi, and the 10th Shensi were left. The 4 of them were surrounded by holy light, and they were much weaker than before. Their faces were extremely ugly, and they looked at Lin Tian with fear. Retreat first. Chapter 2068. They ran away? All the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were shocked. The 1st Shensi, Shenwuk, the 8th Shensi, the 9th Shensi, and the 10th Shensi had actually fled at this moment. This was simply unbelievable. Brainless Shin, weren't you the one who challenged us? In the end, the 10 of you ganged up on us, and now you're running away. You're a disgrace." The white tiger mocked them loudly. Shinwuk and the other 3 divine princes' faces darkened when they heard that. However, they did not stop and continued to run away. Now, the 4 of them were very clear about the current situation. With their strength, it was impossible for them to suppress Lin Tian even if they worked together. If this continued, they would all be killed by Lin Tian. At this time, retreating was the best choice. You can't run away. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them running away. His eyes were cold, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. He took a step forward and chased after them. He used the Tai Chi domain to protect his body. His steps were ethereal and fast. In the blink of an eye, he stopped the 4 of them. Boom! Without any extra words or actions, he punched the 4 of them at the same time. This time his punch was unusually domineering. It was like a meteorite falling from the sky. It was terrifying. Shinwuk and the others stopped. They had to fight back with all their might. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian and the 4 of them were fighting again. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the void in this area continued to shatter. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. Black lightning circled around Lin Tian's hand. He waved the Tai Chi Thunderblade again. It landed on the head of the 8th divine prince of the celestial court. With a poof, the man was smashed into pieces, and his spiritual soul was destroyed. There are 3 of you left. None of you can escape. He looked at Shinwuk, the 9th and 10th divine princes. His expression was calm, and his voice was indifferent. Shinwuk, the 9th and 10th divine princes' faces were all pale. Let's fight it out with him. The 9th divine prince gritted his teeth. Kill! The 10th divine prince roared. The 2 of them both unleashed the most powerful divine abilities of their respective sex and charged towards Lin Tian together. Their eyes were filled with killing intent and fury. At the same time, Shinwuk made his move as well. He activated the Demon Slayer Ancient skill to its fullest. The Demon Slayer Ancient skill boiled in the sky. Lin Tian did not dodge. Instead, he faced the attack head-on. Using the Taiji godly domain to protect his body, he activated the 5 thunders, heaven-shaking incantation. Strand after strand of black lightning fell. Each strand contained an extremely domineering lightning power, as if it could destroy everything. Pooh! He used the Taiji divine domain to protect himself, and the power of the 5 thunders sky-shaking spell tore through the 9th divine child's defensive light screen. His fist, which was surrounded by black lightning, penetrated the 9th divine child's body. Then the soul-destroying divine child's divine soul was immediately formed, enveloping the 9th divine child. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out. Under this attack, the 9th divine child was directly destroyed in body and soul. However, it was also at this time that Shinwuk and the 10th divine child attacks landed on Lin Tian. Even with the protection of the Taiji divine domain, he was still sent flying. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and the light of the Taiji divine domain dimmed. However, his expression did not change. In the blink of an eye, he steadied himself and strode towards the 2. Buzz! The Divine Path reincarnation diagram was held up by him. With lightning speed, it enveloped the 10th divine child of the celestial court. Divine, saintly, and boundless auras crushed towards the 10th divine child from different directions. This caused the 10th divine child to tremble. His eyes were filled with terror. He roared crazily and used all his techniques in an attempt to open up the Divine Path reincarnation diagram. However, it was useless. No. After a few breaths, the 10th divine child was annihilated in a blood-curdling scream that was mixed with despair and unwillingness. In an instant, Shinwuk was the only one left in the Nirvana wilderness out of the 10 divine children of the celestial court. It's your turn. Lin Tian had blood at the corner of his mouth. His Tai Chi domain could collapse at any moment. He looked at this person and walked towards him step by step. Shen Wux's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, his eyes were filled with terror. He watched as Lin Tianyi walked towards him step by step. At this moment, he could not help but retreat. Then, in the next moment, he quickly retreated. He turned into a beam of light and rushed into the distance. He had chosen to escape once again. Whoosh! The sound of air breaking reverberated. In the blink of an eye, he had rushed far away. After several days of fierce battle, his initial arrogance had turned into fear. He was truly frightened by Lin Tian's battle prowess. Even though he had mastered and cultivated the Demon Slayer ancient technique, he could not stop Lin Tian. Moreover, the 10 most powerful people of the celestial court of this generation had attacked Lin Tian together. However, 9 of them had been killed. Lin Tian had cast a shadow in his heart at this moment. I told you earlier that your ending is death. Lin Tian's voice was cold. He blocked Shen Wux's path with one step. The divine path reincarnation diagram appeared once again, mixed with the power of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. It mercilessly pressed down on Shen Wuk. Shen Wuk trembled violently. He roared madly and pushed the Demon Slayer ancient technique to the limit. More Demon Slayer power surged towards Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had comprehended the Tai Chi domain. With the Tai Chi domain and the divine path reincarnation diagram, the Demon Slayer power could no longer be effective. It was directly repelled. Then, in the next moment, under Lin Tian's control, the divine path reincarnation diagram directly pressed down on Shen Wux's body. Ah! Blood and screams were heard. This time, Shen Wuk could not block the divine path reincarnation diagram. He was directly crushed. Moreover, in his weakened state, his spiritual soul could not be preserved. It was also destroyed by the divine path reincarnation diagram. In an instant, the Nirvana wasteland became dead silent. The 10 most powerful divine princes of the celestial court are all dead. In the Nirvana wasteland, the crowd of cultivators could not help but tremble. The 10 divine princes of this generation of the celestial court vaguely represented the 10 most powerful young sovereigns of the Void Realm. But now, the 10 of them had joined forces to attack Lin Tian, but they had all been killed. The reincarnation body. This is the most powerful body constitution in the world. This name is well deserved. Jen, this is simply. Many people looked at Lin Tian. Their eyes could not help but flicker. With the cultivation of a second-tier holy king, he had single-handedly killed 10 young sovereigns at the peak of the holy king realm, 7 small steps away. What kind of combat power was this? This was truly heaven-defying. Kid, you're really sharp. The white tiger was excited. Beside him, the little Taichu was also excited. Lin Tian stood in the void. At this moment, the Tai Chi divine domain shook and then collapsed. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His aura was already very weak. After all, Shen Wuk and the other divine princes were very terrifying. Although he had killed all of them, he had also been severely injured. Now his essence, chi, and spirit were almost at their lowest point. He took a deep breath and activated the Tai Chi Heart Sutra. Together with the Nirvana of the Sun, he began to regulate his breathing and heal his injured body. In this battle, he had comprehended the Tai Chi divine domain. However, the Tai Chi divine domain was only a superpower. It was not the core ancient sutra that he wanted to create. The core ancient sutra was the basic way of operating saint power that he would use to perform various techniques in the future. It was also the way of operating saint power when he was cultivating, regulating his breathing, and healing his injuries. It was different from simple superpowers. So now, when he was regulating his breathing and healing his injuries, he could only rely on the Sun Heart Sutra and the Nirvana of the Sun. As the Sun Heart Sutra and the Nirvana of the Sun were activated, a faint golden light and blood-red flames surrounded his body. His injured body began to slowly heal, and his essence, chi, and spirit began to strengthen. Boom! Suddenly, not far away, a shocking Holy King aura rushed up. A large part of the void was directly shattered. Chapter 2069. A figure rushed out from the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland and rushed toward Lin Tian. In an instant, all the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were shocked. Many people trembled. The person who rushed toward Lin Tian was dressed in black. His spirit was not as good as the 10 divine sons of the celestial court, but he was not far off. Obviously, this was a very powerful young supreme being. That seems to be the divine son of the West Wind divine sect. Some cultivators recognized this person. Almost at the same time that the divine son of the West Wind rushed out, one figure after another rushed out from the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland. They were all surrounded by divine King Aura and rushed toward Lin Tian from different directions. That's the divine son of the Qingyan sect, the young master of the Baron sect, the saintess of the Tain sect. At this moment, there were too many cultivators rushing toward Lin Tian. There were more than 1,000 of them, and all of them were powerful young supreme beings. Many cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland recognized them, and these cultivators obviously knew why these young supreme beings rushed toward Lin Tian at this time. They wanted to take advantage of Lin Tian's weakness to seize the origin of reincarnation. Boom! After the 1,000-odd supreme beings, a young man with lightning wrapped around his body stepped out. He turned into a bolt of lightning and charged towards Lin Tian. He was clearly the last to move, but his speed was shockingly fast. In a flash, he passed by the 1,000-odd young supreme beings who moved first. He rushed to the forefront and pressed towards Lin Tian. The divine son of the Thunder Clan, Lei Ming. Many cultivators were shocked. The Thunder Clan inherited the Thunder bloodline. The power of the bloodline was similar to the Thunder God physique and was not much weaker than the Thunder God physique. In the heaven realm of the void, they were the strongest clan under the celestial court. There were 12 divine kings in the clan. And more than 10,000 years ago, there was a peerless genius in the Thunder Clan who suppressed all the people of the same generation in the heaven realm. With the Thunder bloodline, he created the Thunder Slash technique and could instantly cut down everything within 100 feet of him. No one in the same realm could avoid it. At that time, even in the celestial court, no one in the same generation could fight against him. He was the true #1 young supreme being in the heaven realm. This clan actually moved as well. This generation's divine child personally came, hiding here. He actually wants to seize reincarnation source as well. Many cultivators trembled in fear. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Air-piercing sounds rang out one after another as even more figures charged up. Without exception, all of them charged towards Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, over 2,000 figures had made their move. All of them had incomparably powerful essence, chi, and spirit intertwined around their bodies. Their cultivations were all at the peak of Saint King. These F***curs. White Tiger's eyes were filled with anger, but he was not surprised by this scene. He had long guessed that this would happen after Lin Tian defeated Shinwuk and the others. Lin Tian stood in the void. His essence, chi, and spirit were very weak at this time. He was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's Nirvana technique. At this time in his current state, he could not even withstand an ordinary Saint King in a normal battle. However, facing these 2 young supreme beings who were at the peak of Saint King, he did not panic at all. On the contrary, he smiled. His smile was a little cold. This expression was naturally seen by the group of young supreme beings who were rushing over. The Thunder Clan's divine child, who was at the front, could not help but frown. The other young supreme beings also had a slight change in their eyes. They felt that Lin Tian's smile was very strange. However, when these people saw that Lin Tian was covered in blood and felt that Lin Tian's essence, chi, and spirit were very weak at this time, They immediately stopped thinking about anything else and rushed toward Lin Tian at an even faster speed. Now that Lin Tian was severely injured and his essence, qi, and spirit were at their lowest, this was the best time to seize the reincarnation origin. If they missed this opportunity, it would be very difficult for them to seize the reincarnation origin again. If they missed this opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to seize the reincarnation origin again. After the battle between Lin Tian and Xinwuk and the others, these people deeply understood how terrifying the reincarnation body was. They also knew how shocking the value of the reincarnation origin was. Now, their desire for the reincarnation origin was even more intense. Then, in the blink of an eye, this group of young supreme beings rushed to the center of the wilderness. They were less than 100 feet away from Lin Tian. It was also at this time that the smile on Lin Tian's face became wider. The coldness in his eyes was also thicker than before. "You are all very proactive," he sneered. Standing in the void, he circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and continued to heal his injuries. At the same time, his right hand moved slightly as numerous formation platforms that were formed from white crystals floated up into appearance. Every single formation platform was covered in dense formation markings that directly shattered at the instant they floated up into appearance, and the formation markings that were inscribed on them were instantly branded onto the sky above the rebirth wasteland, and it completely covered an area of 300 m with him as the center. In an instant, in the space within a radius of 1,000 feet, a destructive aura appeared. Tens of thousands of killing light pillars rushed into the sky. Each of them was as thick as an adult's arm, as if they were rays of destructive light of calamity. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering was endless. At this moment, the sturdy void of the heaven realm was like a piece of paper. Faced with this sudden scene, the 2,000 young supreme beings who were rushing toward Lin Tian immediately stopped in their tracks. Their expressions all changed. At the same time, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were also shocked. He has so many killing array platforms on him. This. Hundreds of thousands of cultivators trembled. It was not only because Lin Tian suddenly took out so many killing array platforms, but also because the killing patterns that were imprinted on the void after the killing array platforms collapsed were too terrifying. It was as if they could annihilate a sacred master. At this moment, even though the killing patterns only enveloped a radius of 300 meters with Lin Tian at the center, the killing intent caused hundreds of thousands of cultivators to be horrified. Many people continuously retreated as their calves could not help but tremble. In another position, the white tiger and the little Taichu were together. They were not surprised by this scene at all. A group of people who are courting death. The white tiger stared at the 2,000 young supreme beings within 100 feet of Lin Tian and sneered. Boom! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the killing patterns were imprinted on the void. They drew all the spiritual energy in the surrounding space and even absorbed the power of the earth veins. All of them turned into killing lights. Every one of them was extremely terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. The aura of destruction was extremely terrifying. Faced with such a destructive aura, the 2,000 young supreme beings looked terrible. Then, all of them retreated. However, after they retreated for a distance, they were shocked again. The killing array interweaved into a terrifying enchantment and sealed them in the periphery. There was no way to retreat at all. You all rushed over to take away my life force origin. Now I am standing right here. Why are you retreating? Lin Tian said with a cold smile. Then, with a slight movement of his will, the great killing formation directly moved. Endless killing light surged, as if there were numerous dragons of slaughter, launching an indiscriminate attack towards the two supreme beings, simultaneously hacking down on all of them. Ah, no! In the blink of an eye, screams were heard. 2 young supreme beings were chopped into pieces. Their divine souls were also destroyed. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed. Chapter 2070. Billowing killing lights intertwined and shot up. In the blink of an eye, the two young Supremes were smashed into pieces, their bodies and souls destroyed. Such a scene caused the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland to tremble uncontrollably. Many of their faces turned pale. Rumble! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. At this moment, the killing lights intertwined in the middle of the Nirvana wasteland were too terrifying. The killing lights seemed to be able to destroy the world. The expressions of the 2,000 young Supremes changed. As they dodged the terrifying killing lights, they activated their grand arts and bombarded the killing enchantment that enveloped the periphery. They wanted to break the enchantment and get out of the killing array. Don't waste your energy. With your strength, you won't be able to break it. Lin Tian said calmly. Before he had come to the Nirvana wasteland to fight Shinwuk, he had already expected that there would be other young sovereigns who were eyeing his source energy. Therefore, before he had come here, he had naturally made preparations. He had used the white crystals and precious treasures that he had obtained from the Thunder and Fire Fairyland as a foundation to carve out dozens of Tai Yen killing array platforms. The Tai Yen killing array was a wholly venerable, grade killing array. It was similar to the white crystal jade that could carry the array patterns. He had found it in the dozens of inheritances of the Thunder and Fire Fairyland. With his Saint King grade cultivation and the heavenly One Soul art, it was easy for him to comprehend it. He had comprehended 70% of it in a few days and then carved dozens of such killing arrays on the white crystal jade. At this moment he stood in the void. The Sun Heart Sutra and Sun's Nirvana skill were circulating rapidly. At the same time, he took out a few Baodan pills that could heal injuries quickly. Together, they allowed his essence, energy, and spirit to recover at a faster speed. He stood in the same spot and did not move. The Tai Yen killing arrays moved on their own accord, continuously producing terrifying killing lights. Although these dozens of Tai Yen killing formations were only 70% of the complete Tai Yen killing formation, the Tai Yen killing formation itself was a wholly venerate killing formation. Dozens of them together were enough to deal with these ordinary young Supremes. Rumble! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the void trembled continuously and the space collapsed. Dense streams of Tai Yen killing light enveloped the 2,000 young Supremes indiscriminately. Every single one of them was powerful and intimidating, causing all the young Supremes to fall into a predicament. Ah! In the blink of an eye, a blood-curdling scream rang out. Another young Supreme Being was enveloped by several dozen rays of extreme flame-killing light, and his body and soul were directly extinguished. The young Supremes all had ugly expressions. They had never expected Lin Tian to have prepared something like this. At this moment, all of them were using all their strength to erect defensive barriers to avoid the extreme flame-killing ray. However, the several dozen wholly venerable level extreme Yen killing formations only enveloped a radius of 1,000 feet. In this situation, every inch of space and every corner was filled with killing light that was extremely terrifying. It was very difficult to completely avoid them. In the blink of an eye, another 3 young Supreme Beings were chopped into pieces. Their divine souls were also annihilated by the boundless killing light. The group of young Supreme Beings were all in a sorry state. You knew we would make a move, so you deliberately prepared so many killing formations to trick us. Despicable. What a vicious heart. A young Supreme Being said angrily. Lin Tian looked at this person with disdain. This man's purpose in coming here was precisely for his samsara source energy, wanting to kill him and snatch it away. He took advantage of the fact that Qin Wentian was in a weakened state to lunge at him, now that he was suppressed by Qin Wentian's tens of killing formations. He actually dared to say such words, saying that Qin Wentian was despicable and vicious. Disgusting thing. He waved his hand and controlled the dozens of extreme Yen killing formations with his mind. A total of 10,000 rays of extreme Yen killing light pressed down on this person. This young Supreme Being immediately revealed a look of horror. He used all his strength to resist, but he could not block it at all. Ah! With a shrill scream, this person exploded, and his divine soul was also annihilated. Today, all of you will die here. In the future, when my strength reaches the level where I can destroy the inheritances of your sex, I will visit them one by one and uproot them one by one. He said calmly. When these words came out, the paragons from more than 2,000 years ago were moved again. You insolent! A young Supreme Being said angrily, now that Lin Tian had suppressed them with dozens of killing formations. He actually said that he would kill all of them. Then he would even destroy the sex that they belonged to. Lin Tian glanced at this person. Insolent, I can't compare to you, who brazenly came to steal my life origin. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and another 10,000 rays of extreme yen-killing light fell, enveloping this young Supreme Being. No. At this moment, the young Supreme Being who spoke exploded in an instant, and his divine soul disappeared together with him. Let's attack together, suppress him, and control him to use the technique. These killing formations will naturally lose their effect. That's right. Kill. Some of the young Supreme Beings had fierce looks on their faces. At this moment, more than 100 people pounced at Lin Tian. Good idea, but very naive. Lin Tianling smiled. At this time, with the combination of the Sun Heart Sutra, the Sun's Nirvana technique, and the healing Baodan, his saint power had already recovered by 30%. Seeing that more than 100 people were pouncing at him, he also activated the Heavenly One Soul technique, controlling dozens of killing formations, and attacked these people together. With a rumble, this place seemed like the sky was about to collapse. The ground trembled and cracked. Endless rays of extreme yen-killing light crazily pressed down on the hundreds of young Supreme Beings who were rushing over, like a wave of killing. Ah! Screams rang out in an instant. Under such an unparalleled wave of extreme yen-killing light, in the blink of an eye, 21 weaker young Supreme Beings exploded. Their divine souls struggled for a moment, and then they were annihilated in the flood of killing light. All of them ended up with their bodies and souls destroyed. This, in the Nirvana wasteland, outside the killing formation, the group of cultivators couldn't help but tremble. How long had it been? In almost the blink of an eye, 29 famous young Supreme Beings were killed. Beautifully killed. The white tiger roared excitedly. These people pounced on Lin Tian, wanting to kill Lin Tian and seize the origin of reincarnation. At this time, they were surrounded by dozens of killing formations, and dozens of people were killed in the blink of an eye. This made the white tiger feel very happy and relieved. Boom! In the middle of the Nirvana wasteland, the killing light was vast and mighty. It couldn't stop surging, shaking the void until it constantly shattered and collapsed. The dense killing light interweaved in the middle of the wasteland. The scene was very terrifying, and the destructive aura was so dense that it was somewhat terrifying. Uft, uft, uft. Bloody mist continuously exploded, rushing towards Lin Tian, wishing to suppress the 100 or so young Supreme Beings who controlled Lin Tian's killing formation. However, they were hacked to pieces one after another by the killing radiance, difficult for their souls to remain intact as well. In just a few dozen breaths of time, they were all wiped out. This made the cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. How long had it been? More than 100 young Supreme Beings died, just like that. The day of the young Supreme Being's death. Chapter 2071. Dense killing lights intertwined in the center of the Nirvana wasteland. In the blink of an eye, the death of a prime being more than 100 years ago shocked everyone. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the wasteland. Dozens of Tai Yen killing formations surrounded him, making him look like a killing formation. Those who want to take my origin will have to pay the price. His voice was calm. Rumble. Dozens of Tai-yin killing formations rolled and moved. Beams of killing lights slashed in all directions. The scene was extremely horrifying. Puff, puff, puff. Blood mist kept exploding. At this moment, the powerful young primes became weak and powerless. Under the sacred venerate killing formations, they were all in a sorry state. One by one, they were shattered by the Tai-yin killing lights and completely disappeared in this place. Reincarnation body, you're so cruel! Someone screamed in anger. The next moment, he was drowned by hundreds of Tai-yin killing lights, and his body and soul were directly destroyed. Nearby, the other young primes were all holding up a powerful defensive light screen and dodging the killing lights with difficulty. Lin Tian stood in the void and looked at these people indifferently. The Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's Nirvana technique were quickly circulating. His essence, energy, and soul rose bit by bit, and his saint power was constantly recovering. At the same time, he diverted a part of his energy to control the dozens of Tai-yin killing formations. With the help of the Heavenly One Soul technique, he made the dozens of killing formations stronger. With a rumble, more and more terrifying killing lights interweaved, turning the space within a radius of 300 meters into a sea of killing intent. Even the air was being sliced apart with a sizzling sound. Ah, no. Screams mixed with fear and despair rang out one after another. The hundreds of thousands of cultivators outside the range of the killing formations could not help but feel their scalps go numb. This reincarnation body, he really wants to kill all the primes from more than 2,000 years ago. Many cultivators' voices could not help but tremble. Kill them all. These dogs are asking for death. The white tiger sneered. These people came one by one, wanting to kill Lin Tian and take Lin Tian's reincarnation body's origin. This naturally made it very uncomfortable. Squeak! The little Tai Chu waved its claws at the center of the wasteland, as if it was beating the young supreme beings in the air. It was also very dissatisfied with these people. Miserable cries continuously reverberated in the middle of the Nirvana wasteland. Bloody mist continuously exploded, appearing extremely eye-catching and enchanting. Lin Tian stood in the middle of the killing array, showing no mercy to these people. He controlled the killing array and slashed everyone in it. As he channeled the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's Nirvana art, his essence, energy, and spirit gradually recovered. More saint energy was produced, and the dozens of Tai-yin killing formations he controlled became even more terrifying, causing the group of young supremes to become more and more miserable. Ah! Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian's saint energy had completely recovered, and the dozens of Tai-yin killing formations had become even more terrifying. More than half of the 2,000 young supreme martial artists were killed, leaving only about 900 of them. More than half of the young paragons were outside the killing array. A group of cultivators trembled. The 900 young supreme martial artists who were still alive in the killing array were all very powerful among the young supreme beings. However, they were almost exhausted after enduring the dozens of killing arrays until now. Every one of them was covered in blood. Lin Tianling looked at these young supreme beings indifferently. The dozens of killing arrays were intertwined, and within a radius of 100 feet, rays of killing light seemed to surround him, making him look like a god who controlled the power of life and death. Continue, he said indifferently, channeling the divine One Soul art. With a wave of his hand, the dozens of Tai-yin killing formations shook and became even more terrifying. Unparalleled killing light surged, rolling and boiling, majestically suppressing the group of young supreme beings who were still alive. The void was collapsing and the ground was crumbling. It was as if the scene of the end of the world was playing out. Crack! Suddenly, an ear-piercing cracking sound was heard, and the entire Nirvana wasteland shook violently. Then the ear-piercing cracking sound reverberated continuously, and the Nirvana wasteland shook even more violently. With the area covered by the dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations as the center, frightening large cracks began to appear on the ground, and they sank rapidly. Boom! 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 A shockingly loud sound reverberated. As the ground split open, collapsed, and sunk, numerous terrifying light pillars abruptly shot up from beneath the Nirvana wasteland. Every single one of them was shockingly powerful, as if they could easily pierce through even a sovereign rank expert. With a sizzling sound, more than half of the dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations that Lin Tianling had set up were directly destroyed by the light pillars. At the same time, more light pillars rushed out from the ground, as if a heaven mastery expert was attacking from the bottom of the wasteland. In the Nirvana wasteland, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were shocked. This scene came too suddenly. Under the ground, there was actually such a terrifying pillar of light that suddenly rushed out. At the same time, within 1,000 feet of the dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations, Lin Tianling and the other young Supremes naturally changed their expressions immediately. "There's something below." Lin Tianling was shocked. At this moment, he moved, interweaving into afterimages, and dodged the light pillars that rushed out from the ground. These light pillars that rushed out from the ground did not contain any destructive or murderous aura, but they were extremely terrifying, and even someone as strong as him felt threatened. Ah! A mournful scream rang out. An extremely powerful young Supremes was brushed by a light pillar that rushed out from the ground and instantly shattered, turning into ashes. This caused Lin Tianling's pupils to constrict. Just by being brushed by the light pillar, a powerful young Supremes turned into ashes. It was more than 100 times more terrifying than the dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations that he had engraved. Boom! At this moment, the Nirvana wasteland continued to collapse. More and more light pillars rushed out, and each of them was as thick as a bucket. Each of them was extremely terrifying, and they caused Lin Tianling's dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations to collapse in the blink of an eye. The group of young Supremes who were originally enveloped by the Tai-Yin killing formations were both shocked and delighted at this moment. They were shocked that such terrifying light pillars would rush out from the wasteland, and they were delighted that the dozens of killing formations that Lin Tianling had set up were all destroyed at this moment, and they were no longer threatened by the dozens of killing formations. However, although they were no longer threatened by the dozens of Tai-Yin killing formations, the light pillars that rushed out from the ground were even more terrifying. Each of them quickly dodged, and they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Lin Tianling's current saint energy had completely recovered, and his speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he had retreated far away, and he was about 1,000 feet away from the center of the Nirvana wasteland. He stood there and looked towards the center. There, even more terrifying light pillars rushed out, and the wasteland's ground continued to collapse and sink, sputtering sand and dust. Chapter 2072. Lin Tian's expression involuntarily changed as he looked at the ground. Grayish mist interweaved below. Although it was very hazy, he was still able to see many small mountain ranges. There was actually a huge space below this ground. Boom! 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 Pillars of light continuously rushed up from the ground, and the surface of the wasteland continued to collapse. In the middle of the wasteland, the more than 900 young supreme martial artists who were still alive all hurriedly dodged and retreated from the center of the wasteland. At this time, the pillars of light that rushed up from the ground in the middle of the wasteland were really too terrifying. For a moment, swishing sounds could be heard, and the more than 900 young supreme martial artists all flashed out of the middle of the wasteland in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that the terrifying pillars of light no longer rushed up from the ground, and the center of the wasteland collapsed. Plumes of smoke and dust floated in the air, and a huge hole with a diameter of 300 feet appeared in the middle of the wasteland. leading straight to the ground. At this time, the outlines of the mountain ranges below became clearer, and many cultivators could see them. There's actually a mountain range below. Many cultivators were shocked. It was also at this time that under the ground, in the gray mist, a blood-red light suddenly flashed, faintly shining, accompanied by a very majestic burning saint energy. For a moment, many cultivators were moved again. What a strong energy fluctuation! Then, could that be? Legend has it that back then this wasn't a wasteland, but a continuous interweaving mountain range. A godly phoenix was reborn here, and its saint energy was endless. It seemed to be breaking through to the heavenly arrival realm. In the end, it attracted some people with bad intentions who wanted to take advantage of its transformation to seize its fruit of Tao, causing a shocking battle to break out here. Even the terrain was changed in the end. Could it be that the battlefield below, that blood-red light with burning saint energy, could it be related to that godly phoenix? Many cultivators stared at the scene below. Lin Tian was also moved. He had naturally seen the blood-red light that had flashed underground and felt the scorching saint energy. At the same time, he also knew about the legend of this place. For a moment, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He had the same thought as many other cultivators. Is it really related to the divine phoenix that underwent nirvana here? Two whooshing sounds could be heard as the white tiger and little Taichu flashed over and appeared beside him. That blood-red light is definitely a precious treasure. Kid, let's hurry down and get it. The white tiger's eyes lit up. When Lin Tian destroyed the inheritances of the Thunder and Fire Fairyland, it had read many ancient books and knew about this place. There's no rush. Let's take a look first. There seems to be a very thick death aura below. If we go down rashly, we'll be corroded by that death aura. Lin Tian and little Taichu. He had cultivated the delusion breaker divine eye and had opened the divine eye that could mobilize qi twice in a row. Under normal circumstances, his eyesight was very shocking and could see through many things. At this time, even though he didn't feel a very thick death aura below, he could vaguely see a black fog gathered below like a rolling ocean. With his knowledge, he naturally knew that the black fog below was definitely the death aura. On the Nirvana wasteland, hundreds of thousands of cultivators were all looking underground with bright eyes. It can't be wrong. That blood-red light is definitely related to that godly phoenix. Rumor has it that the godly emperor and those who came to seize the godly phoenix's nirvana Tao fruit all disappeared in this place. That blood-red light, maybe it's the solidified Tao fruit left behind by the godly phoenix after its death. It's comparable to a super heaven-defying treasure. Some cultivators clenched their fists. Then, almost in the next moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Some cultivators in the wasteland directly rushed underground. Then, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard continuously. One figure after another rushed underground. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 people rushing underground. Obviously, they were all eyeing the thing that was emitting the blood-red light and scorching saint energy. However, in the next moment, the moment these people rushed into the ground shook violently. The pitch-black fog rushed up like a volcanic eruption, mixed with an extremely terrifying aura of death, annihilating everything. The 1,000 cultivators who rushed in were not weak. The weakest was at the godly emperor realm and the strongest was at the sage realm. However, after being submerged by the black fog, they all turned into a pool of pus and blood in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in the Nirvana wasteland were shocked by this scene. Many of them couldn't help but tremble. There's really death aura, and it's so thick. The white tiger's pupils shrank. Just now, Lin Tian mentioned that there might be death aura underground. It didn't expect it to really exist, and it was so terrifying. It guessed that even a peak Saint Venerable could be directly melted by this level of death aura. Back then, that godly phoenix was reborn here, and people came to steal its fruit. Those who died here were at least at the void sky realm, and there were many of them. After so many years, it's normal for there to be such a thick death aura. Lin Tiandao said that the stronger the existence, the stronger and more terrifying the death aura intertwined after death. Then, doesn't that mean we can't go down? The white tiger said. This death aura was too terrifying. It felt that even if Lin Tian supported the Tai Chi divine domain, he wouldn't be able to resist it. That's not necessarily the case. Lin Tiandao said this death aura was originally gathered underground. Now that someone has intruded, the clash of life and death caused the death aura below to surge out. Although this death aura is terrifying, it's limited. At most, after 2 or 3 days, the death aura will become very faint. At that time, even a great Tao realm cultivator won't be affected if he goes down. Boom! Boom! Below the Nirvana wasteland, the death aura constantly rushed out. It was extremely terrifying, corroding the air with sizzling sounds. No cultivator dared to approach the center of the Nirvana wasteland. Then, as the deathly aura continued to surge up from the ground, the sky of this place was dyed black. Just like that, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, the death aura under the wasteland had almost completely rushed out, and there was no longer any sense of threat. All right, we can go down now. A cultivator couldn't help but shout. Then, a large number of cultivators rushed underground. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 cultivators stepped into the underground. It was suspected that the materialized Tao fruit of the divine phoenix was below. Even a void sky realm cultivator would be moved. These cultivators naturally couldn't resist the temptation of such a Tao fruit. Once they obtained it, their strength would definitely increase greatly in a short time. Kid, let's go down too. There shouldn't be any problems now. The white tiger clenched its claws tightly. Lin Tian nodded. At this time, the terrifying death aura underground had almost completely dissipated. It was indeed no longer a threat to them. Let's go. Immediately he called the white tiger and little Taichu. In a flash, they rushed into the underground, disappearing into the ground in the blink of an eye. After about 10 breaths, he, the white tiger, and little Taichu landed in the underground world and stepped on the surface of the underground world. This is Chapter 2073. The surging aura of death rose from the ground. Normally speaking, the underground world should be barren. However, when Lin Tian led the white tiger and little Taichu into the underground world, they discovered that there were immortal mountains connected to each other. Every mountain was covered in green plants, and they were not corroded by the aura of death floating in the air. This is really contradictory. The white tiger stared at him. The underground world was shrouded in the aura of death, but there were mountains full of green plants. This was too strange. Speaking of which, since there are so many green plants here and they are full of life, why didn't the aura of death erupt before? Why did it suddenly erupt when cultivators entered 3 days ago? It asked curiously. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, it should be similar to the space left behind by the human king. These plants with life aura have existed in this space since the beginning. The aura of death that was born in this space later had already adapted to these plants during the process of its birth. Moreover, the aura of life emitted by these plants is far less dense than that of powerful cultivators. Therefore, their existence did not cause the aura of death in this space to erupt. That seems to make sense. The white tiger thought for a moment and nodded. At this moment, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard continuously. One cultivator after another stepped into the underground world. Lin Tian looked towards the depths of the underground space and called the white tiger and little Taichu over. Previously, there was a faint flash of blood-red light. It was roughly in that direction. It was also at this moment that an extremely powerful saint energy surged from the underground, causing the man and the 2 beasts to be uncontrollably shocked. Ruler, There's a ruler powerhouse coming. The white tiger was slightly shocked. It should be because the aura of death that surged from this place was too dense. Moreover, the scorching saint energy was also very shocking. It caused some nearby ruler powerhouses to sense it and rush here at this time. Lin Tianandao. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, 9 figures stepped into the ground, all of them exuding the might of a sovereign. The 9 of them stepped into the ground, not paying attention to their surroundings at all. Their gazes were fixed on the depths of this underground world. Then they turned into 9 rays of light and directly rushed down. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance and disappeared from the vision of the man and the 2 beasts. This, a Dominator rank expert, has come. Doesn't that mean we don't have a chance? The white tiger frowned. They had entered this underground world for the legendary divine phoenix, Tao fruit, but now a Dominator rank expert had appeared. There was no way they could contend against such an existence. Once they discovered the legendary divine phoenix, Tao fruit, they would not have the ability to fight for it. Lin Tian frowned and said, "That's hard to say. Even if one's cultivation is strong, one might not necessarily be able to find that divine phoenix, Tao fruit, and obtain it." He paused for a moment but didn't leave. Instead, he called out to the white tiger and little Taichu and continued to move, heading deeper into the forest. Since he had come here, he naturally had to try to find the divine phoenix, Tao fruit. Perhaps he could find it. As for whether those Dominator rank experts would try to steal his origin, he wasn't worried. An old drunkard had already established his might. Now, even the older generation of the Celestial Court didn't dare to touch him, let alone ordinary Dominator rank experts. He and the white tiger and little Taichu headed deeper into the forest. Soon, they had traveled hundreds of meters. "Fellow cultivator, please wait." Suddenly, at this moment, a voice rang out from behind him. Lin Tian's expression changed, and he immediately stopped and looked behind him. An old man in a Taoist robe was looking at him with a smile. "You are." He frowned, and at the same time became wary. Now his cultivation was at the 2nd heaven of the Saint Ruler realm, and his divine instincts were extremely powerful. Even if a Saint Venerable expert approached him, he would be able to sense it immediately. However, this old Taoist appeared behind him, and he didn't sense it at all. Beside him, the white tiger and little Taichu were also shocked. At this moment, they were both surprised and vigilant. Like Lin Tian, they didn't sense when the old Taoist approached them at all. The old Taoist smiled and put his palms together, saying, "Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, my young friend, there's no need to be nervous. This old Taoist has no ill intentions. I just feel that this old Taoist has a great affinity with you. Why don't we be friends despite our age difference?" Friends despite our age difference? Lin Tianyi was stunned. The old Taoist still put his palms together and smiled, saying, "My young friend, you can't accept friendship despite our age difference." Lin Tian shook his head and said, "That's not it. It's just that this seems to be the first time I've met you." He and the old hooligan could be considered friends despite their age difference, so naturally he could accept it. However, this was the first time he had met this old Taoist, and the old Taoist actually wanted to be friends despite their age difference. This made him a little confused. Since it's not that you can't accept it, then you can accept it. In that case, this old Taoist will take it that you agree. The old Taoist put his palms together and bowed slightly. Then, with a swoosh, he leaned to Lin Tian's side, and his eyes lit up, saying, "Good brother, this old Taoist is seriously injured. In front of our friendship, can you give this old Taoist some reincarnation origin to heal me?" Lin Tian, the white tiger, and little Taichu were all stunned when they heard this. This old man, the white tiger's eyes widened. After being stunned for a moment, Lin Tian could not help but grind his teeth. This old man wanted to be friends with him despite their age difference, with a smile on his face, and thought that he had agreed. Then he actually called him good brother and asked him to give him some reincarnation origin. It was obvious that he wanted the reincarnation origin from the beginning. Get lost, he scolded. At this time, although the old Taoist was eyeing his reincarnation origin, he did not reveal any coldness or killing intent. This was because the old Taoist was not like the other cultivators who wanted to seize his reincarnation origin. He only wanted him to give him some. Moreover, he could feel that the old Taoist was not hostile to him at all. He just felt that this old man was too wicked and shameless. He was even more wicked and shameless than those heartless old hooligans. He was not surprised that the old Taoist knew that he was a reincarnated being. Now, in this vast celestial void realm, there were probably not many people in the cultivation world who did not know that he was a reincarnated being. Immediately, he called out to the white tiger and little Tai Chu and went directly into the depths of this underground space. Hey, don't go, little friend. If friendship is useless, we can still exchange it in other ways. The old Taoist caught up with Lin Tian and said, I'm good at divination. Looking at your face, I can see that you will soon encounter a great disaster. I just happen to know a way to resolve it. So I'll use this method and our friendship to exchange for some reincarnation origin. What do you say? Lin Tian's face darkened. Get lost. Go back to where it's cool. Chapter 2074. Yeah, old man, go to where it's cool. Little Tai Chu mimicked Lin Tian's words and echoed. The white tiger rolled its eyes. It didn't say anything at this time, but it had the same thought as Lin Tian. Even Yenya, who had an immortal spirit body and mastered the art of divination, couldn't calculate anything about Lin Tian. This old Taoist actually dared to say that he knew that Lin Tian would be in big trouble and that he knew how to solve it. How immoral! If they didn't have who had mastered the art of divination and had an immortal spirit body, they might have really believed this old Taoist. Well, it's cooler here. The old Taoist stepped forward and stood beside Lin Tian. Lin Tian, F*CK, veins almost popped out on his forehead. This old man was simply too shameless, without a bottom line. Beside them, the white tiger and little Tai Chu couldn't help but stare. Old man, you're amazing. The white tiger couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It was the first time it had seen such a shameless person. You flatter me, the old Taoist replied with a smile. He looked at Lin Tian and said earnestly, Young friend, everyone has their own fate. I'm really good at divination. I really do predict that you'll be in big trouble. You'd better believe it than not. I don't believe your nonsense. Lin Tian wanted to kick him. Then he ignored the old Taoist and called the white tiger and little Tai Chu to go into the depths of this space. Hey, young friend, slow down. Let's go together. The old Taoist followed. Young friend, you really don't want to consider this humble Taoist suggestion? You see, it's not a big deal if you give me some origin energy. Then, you can exchange it for peace and prosperity. It's so profitable. Scram. Lin Tianji only said one word. After that, even if the old Taoist kept nagging at him, he ignored him. Soon he brought the white tiger and the little Tai Chu far away. The old Taoist stuck close to them like a cowhide plaster. Boom! In front of him, the underground space suddenly shook violently. As far as the eye could see, in the depths of this underground space, a pitch-black wave of death soared into the sky, just like when someone first entered the underground space. It was extremely frightening. A figure that was at least 300 meters tall stood up from the depths, covered in death aura. His entire body was intertwined with death aura. For a time, the group couldn't help but be shocked. This 100-jong tall figure was obviously not a living creature, but an undead spirit. The aura of death around its body was too shocking, and there was even a faint, void, heaven-grade aura lingering around it. Could it be the transformation of the void heaven rank expert who died in this space? The white tiger glared at him. Even Lin Tian was shocked, his pupils constricting. This undead spirit was too terrifying. It was absolutely impossible to fight against it. Even if it was a sovereign realm expert, it would be impossible to block it. Roar! The 100-jong tall, undead spirit roared, its voice shaking the sky. The aura of death around its body surged as it violently waved its arms. At the same time, within the surging aura of death, 9 figures were rapidly retreating, looking very miserable. It's the 9 sovereign realm experts who entered this underground space before. They lured the undead spirit out. Lin Tian's eyes flickered. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, a scream came from the depths of the underground space. Among the 9 sovereign realm experts, one of them was directly grabbed by the undead spirit. The undead spirit then bit him and swallowed him into its stomach, swallowing him along with his soul. So cruel. The white tiger trembled. Even someone as strong as Lin Tian couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. A sovereign realm expert was actually bitten to pieces and swallowed by the undead spirit. Roar! Another loud roar came from the 100-jong, tall, undead spirit. It was very ear-piercing, and the aura of death surged violently. The remaining 8 sovereign realm experts became even more miserable, fighting against the 100-jong, tall, undead spirit as they quickly retreated. At the same time, after the 100-jong tall, undead spirit roared for the second time, the entire underground space suddenly shook as if an astonishing earthquake had occurred. The soil on the ground suddenly wriggled as if it had turned into sand. Then, groups of ghost soldiers emerged from the ground. Their numbers were so dense that it was a little frightening. In the blink of an eye, a dense group of ghost soldiers appeared around Lin Tian and the others. Their bodies were rotten, and the aura of death lingered around them. They were all formed by the pure aura of death. Every single one of them was comparable to a saint king. Lin Tian couldn't help but frown at such a scene. There were at least 10,000 ghost soldiers in the space around them, and they were comparable to a saint king. This was a little frightening. Even someone as strong as him would find it difficult to deal with such a group of saint king-level ghost soldiers. The little Taichu shrunk its neck and shrunk its body. It jumped onto Lin Tian's head and hid in the hair. The white tiger trembled. At this time it learned from the little Taichu and shrunk its body to hide in Lin Tian's hair. They were only saints now, and they couldn't fight against such a group of Saint King-level ghost soldiers. At this time, the group of ghost soldiers naturally stared at Lin Tian and the others. In an instant, all of them rushed forward. The aura of death surged violently as tens of thousands of Saint King-level ghost soldiers rushed forward together. The scene was very frightening. Lin Tian's face was solemn. He immediately supported the Tai Chi Divine Domain and then used the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique to sweep in all directions. Puff, puff, puff. Under the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, the ghost soldiers exploded one after another, turning into black pus and blood. At the same time, he glanced at the old Taoist priest, wanting to see the strength of the old Taoist priest who could silently approach him. He wanted to sense how strong the old Taoist priest's aura was through the ghost soldiers here. Then he found that the old Taoist priest was just standing there. The ghost soldiers around him didn't attack at all, as if they didn't see him. This old guy. The white tiger naturally saw the scene. Something is wrong. The little Taichu couldn't help but widen its eyes. This scene was obviously unusual. Old guy, what did you do? Why didn't they attack you? Lin Tian asked directly. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, I have the great righteousness. Evil spirits and monsters can't get close to me. The old Taoist priest put his palms together and rubbed his hands. Young friend, there are a lot of ghost soldiers. It will be difficult for you to deal with them alone. How about we make a deal? I will give you a bit of the great righteousness to prevent you from being disturbed by evil spirits, and you will give me a bit of the reincarnation origin to help me heal. Neither of us will lose. Get lost. Lin Tian scolded. This shameless old man was so shameless. He actually had the nerve to say that he had the great righteousness. Then he looked at the old man. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. Chapter 2075. While killing the sage, king-level soldiers in front of him, Lin Tian saw an oracle bone plate around the old Taoist's neck. It was about the size of an adult's thumb, and there was a strange light flowing around it. It was difficult for ordinary people to see this kind of strange light, but his eyesight was very unusual. It was even better than the sun eye and the moon eye. At this time he saw this light, and this light seemed to be blocking something. "Old man, that thing around your neck seems to be very unusual. What is that?" he asked the old Taoist. Hearing this, the old Taoist's eyes widened, and he covered the oracle bone plate with a whoosh. "This is just an ordinary bone plate." "Why are you covering an ordinary bone plate so tightly?" Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, he took a step forward and stepped next to the old Taoist. As he stepped toward the old Taoist, the sage, king-level soldiers in the surroundings moved together and pounced toward him. Naturally, because he stepped next to the old Taoist, these soldiers pouncing on him would also implicate the old Taoist. Immeasurable heavenly sovereign, #yen, the old Taoist immediately became anxious. Then a large ray of light overflowed from the oracle bone plate in his hand, enveloping himself and Lin Tianyi. Suddenly, the sage king-level soldiers, pouncing from all directions, seemed to have lost sight of Lin Tian. They all became sluggish and then pounced in other directions. It's really related to this thing. Not only can it completely eliminate one's aura, it can even make it difficult to capture a specific target's figure. A strange light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. At the same time, he finally understood why the old Taoist could appear behind him without making a sound. The white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. As he spoke, their eyes fell on the oracle bone plate in the old Taoist's hand. "Speaking of which, what other uses does this thing have?" Lin Tian asked the old Taoist. "Nothing." The old Taoist shook his head like a rattledrum. He held the oracle bone plate tighter and looked at Lin Tian like he was guarding against a thief. "Nothing? I don't believe it." Lin Tian shook his head. Looking at the old Taoist's expression, he was very nervous. How could he believe that the oracle bone plate only had a small effect of concealing one's aura? He definitely had other, truly extraordinary abilities. Moreover, the most important thing was that when he looked at the oracle bone fragment earlier, it was not only because of the glimmering light flowing on its surface that he was shocked. What truly shocked him was that the moment he saw the oracle bone fragment, he suddenly felt as if he was looking at a large universe. This strange feeling made his spirit tremble slightly. One had to know that he was now a saint king, and his divine sense was extraordinary. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible for him to have such an illusion. What's more, this illusion had even caused his soul to tremble slightly. So how could he underestimate this bone plate? He looked at the old Taoist and paused for a moment. Then he leaned over and hooked his arm around the old Taoist's neck as if they were old friends. He narrowed his eyes and said with a smile, "Senior, look, aren't we old friends? Can you lend this thing to me? I'll just do some simple research." Scram! The old Taoist could not help but scold. He felt that Lin Tian was even more shameless than him. Previously, he clearly did not admit that they were old friends, but now he took the initiative to mention this matter. Using this to borrow the oracle bone fragment, he was obviously thinking about the oracle bone fragment. Lin Tian coughed dryly and paused for a moment before saying, "Senior, don't you need a bit of reincarnation origin to heal your injuries?" He said seriously, "For our friendship, I'll bear some losses and use a trace of origin to exchange for this oracle bone fragment." Scram! "I'm not exchanging." The old Taoist immediately glared at him. He felt that Lin Tian was really shameless. He was really thinking about his oracle bone fragment. At the same time, he was a little annoyed. He felt that Lin Tian's eyes were too sharp. Even those old antiques and living fossils could not see anything unusual about this thing. It was very important to him. But Lin Tian actually saw through its extraordinariness. Lin Tian's heart was moved again. Originally, he said that he would use a trace of reincarnation origin to exchange for the oracle bone fragment. He was just testing the old Taoist to see how important the oracle bone fragment was to the old Taoist. He did not expect that the old Taoist would not hesitate at all and directly reject him. One had to know that his origin was not simple. Even if it was only a trace, it had a very shocking value. Moreover, the old Taoist seemed to need it very much. However, under such circumstances, the old Taoist did not even think about it and rejected him. It really confirmed his guess. This oracle bone fragment was definitely very unusual. It was a super heaven-defying, holy treasure. Above his head, the white tiger and the little Taichu were also staring. At this time, they naturally felt that the oracle bone fragment was extraordinary. For this oracle bone fragment, the old Taoist did not hesitate to reject Lin Tian's proposal of exchanging a trace of reincarnation origin. Senior, you see, you really do need a trace of this junior's origin. Don't be polite, let's exchange. Lin Tian hooked the old Taoist and said. At this time, he really wanted to use a trace of reincarnation origin to exchange for the oracle bone fragment with the old Taoist. After all, although taking out a trace of reincarnation origin would cost him some, the loss was not great. He believed that it was definitely worth it to exchange for the oracle bone fragment. Scram! The old Taoist gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn the immeasurable deity, you're not a good person. Lin Tian did not give up. He pulled the old Taoist and said with a smile, Senior, why don't you think about it again? I guarantee that you won't. As he spoke, he suddenly changed his expression and stopped what he was going to say. He suddenly tilted his head and looked towards the southeast. At the same time, the white tiger and the little Taichu above his head were also shocked. They also looked straight in that direction. The old Taoist's expression also changed. He looked straight towards the southeast. The fluctuation of the law of time and order. At this time, the old Taoist's eyes were filled with shock. There was even an extremely bright light intertwined in his eyes. The aura of the law of time and the aura of the power of order. No matter which of these two, it was enough to shake the world. However, at this time he felt these two auras at the same time in this underground space. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lin Tian took a step forward. At this time he did not bother the old Taoist anymore and directly strode towards the southeast. In that position, he naturally felt the aura of the law of time and the fluctuation of the power of order. He was shocked. However, his shock was different from the old Taoist's. He was shocked because his daughter, Ruoxian, controlled the law of time. Moreover, ever since she entered the divine king realm, Ruoxian had been comprehending the power of order. Now that the aura of the law of time and order appeared at the same time, he could not help but be shocked. He immediately thought of Ruoxian. Is it my little niece? Isn't she in the ethereal mountain? Chapter 2076. No matter if it was Lin Tian, the white tiger, or the little Taichu, when they sensed the aura of the law of time and the fluctuation of the power of order, they immediately thought of Ruoxian. They were all surprised. Wasn't Ruoxian in the 10 directions heaven domain? However, although they were surprised at this time, Lin Tian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu did not stop. They were very fast, heading straight towards the southeast of this underground space. The old Taoist priest's eyes were filled with shock. He was obviously very concerned about the aura of time and the power of order, so he followed them. Roar! In the underground space, because of the terrifying dead spirit in the depths, a dense group of Saint King-level Yin soldiers emerged from the ground. They were completely formed by Yin Qi. At this time, because Lin Tian had left the area covered by the light of the oracle bone fragment, many of the dead spirits discovered them and pounced on them. Lin Tian immediately held up the Tai Chi divine domain to protect himself. He activated the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, and the pure yang flame intertwined together. The 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique was extremely yang flame. The pure yang flame was scorching hot and had an amazing suppressive effect on evil spirits. In the blink of an eye, dozens of Saint King level Yin soldiers that pounced on them were shattered and turned back into Yin Chi. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, he led the white tiger and the little Taichu over dozens of celestial mountains. Roar! In front of them was a huge mountain valley. There were groups of Yin soldiers, all of whom were at the Saint King realm. A large number of cultivators were trapped in the mountain valley. All of them had looks of horror on their faces. At the same time, their faces were filled with shock. There were about 100 of these cultivators. The strongest was at the saint tier, while the weakest was at the heavenly god tier. They were protected by a circle of saint light in the middle. A young girl in white stood at the periphery. She was smart and beautiful, and her whole body was surrounded by saint light. She looked like a Ruoxian. The aura of time principles intertwined around Yang Kai's body as the flow of time around him alternated between stillness and turbulence. Moreover, in addition to the aura of time principles, there were also fluctuations of order surrounding him, far more terrifying than time principles. Even the sky trembled from time to time, and any Saint King grade Yin soldier who approached him would be instantly swallowed up by time principles and order. Lin Tian brought the white tiger and little Taichu to this place. When he saw the white-clothed girl in front of him, he was immediately moved. "It's really my little niece." The white tiger glared at him. Yeah. Little Taichu was also surprised. The white-clothed girl's body was surrounded by the aura of the laws of time and order. Her face was stunningly beautiful. Wasn't this Ruoxian Lin? Ruoxian Lin. Lin Tian immediately moved. He took a step toward the call and activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation and the pure yang flame to the extreme. Immediately, the surroundings shook violently. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Yin soldiers were shattered, all of them turning into black Yin Chi and pus. Reincarnation body. In the call, more than 100 cultivators who were protected by the holy light saw Lin Tian appear and were all shocked. At the same time, Ruoxian Lin, who was dressed in white, was shocked. Then she was instantly pleasantly surprised. "Daddy!" Ruoxian Lin was overjoyed. Because she accidentally appeared in this place, she was besieged by a group of powerful Yin soldiers. She didn't expect to see her father here. What? Our benefactor is the daughter of the reincarnation body? In the call, the cultivators who were protected by the holy light were so shocked that their eyes almost popped out. The beautiful girl who was protecting them in this place, and at the same time controlled the legendary laws of time and order, actually called Lin Tian Daddy. She was actually Lin Tian's daughter. Lin Tian stepped forward and shattered a large number of Yin soldiers. In an instant, he appeared beside Ruoxian Lin. The 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation was mighty. A large number of black thunderbolts fell, turning the area into a sea of black thunder. The Yin soldiers around them couldn't get close for a while. "Daddy." Ruoxian Lin was overjoyed. She immediately clung to Lin Tian. She was naturally very happy to see her biological father after so many years. Then she greeted the white tiger and the little Taichu. She was very polite as usual, and her voice was very sweet. "Uncle Tiger, Uncle Taichu, little niece, you've become more beautiful. You're almost as beautiful as your mother." White Tiger smiled. Ruoxian Lin said with a smile, "I can't compare with my mother." Yeah. Little Taichu flew over, stretched out its little paw, and touched Ruoxian Lin's head, looking like an elder. Lin Tian looked at the little guy's action and couldn't help but want to laugh. At the same time, he was naturally very happy to see Ruoxian Lin again after so many years. After all, she was his flesh and blood. "Why are you here?" he asked Ruoxian Lin. Ruo Xianlin had been staying with Wu Yi and cultivating on the ethereal mountain. Now, she suddenly appeared in this underground space of the void realm, which really made him very curious. Hearing his question, the white tiger and the little Taichu also looked at Ruo Xianlin. Well, I went to that super ancient tomb with my mother. There was an accident there. The space was broken and I was sucked in. Then I came to this place. Ruo Xianlin said. Lin Tian was moved when he heard this. He naturally knew that the super ancient tomb Ruo Xianlin mentioned was the ancient tomb that was found in the immortal region. It was very shocking, and he didn't know what kind of existence left it behind. However, at this time he was more concerned about the other things Ruo Xianlin mentioned. What about your mother and the others? Are they also sucked in? He asked. Ruo Xianlin was with Wu Yi and the others. After the space was broken, Ruo Xianlin appeared here, which meant that Wu Yi and the others were also sucked in. Otherwise, Wu Yi and the others were not sucked and would definitely protect Ruo Xianlin. Yes, my mother and the others are also sucked in. Ruo Xianlin nodded and said, But father, don't worry. The broken space only has the power of space transfer, and there is no destructive aura. My mother and the others will be fine. Lin Tian heard this and relaxed for a moment. It was good that there was no danger. He could go and find them later. Then he really looked at Ruo Xianlin and found that Ruo Xianlin's cultivation was already in the quasi-saint realm. You control the order? And you have reached the quasi-saint realm? He was a little shocked. It should be known that only a few years had passed since he left the 10 directions heavens. In a few years, he could reach the Saint King realm from the Divine Emperor realm because he entered the space left behind by the human king. He had 10,000 more years to cultivate than others. However, Ruo Xianlin not only controlled the world's order, which was difficult to control, but also reached the quasi-saint realm from the Divine King realm in just a few years. This was really a little shocking. Even if Ruo Xianlin had inherited Wu Yi's peerless talent, and her cultivation aptitude was very heaven-defying, she could be said to be born for cultivation, but this kind of cultivation speed was still a little exaggerated. It made him, who had a tough state of mind, unable to believe it. Chapter 2077. In just a few years, she had gone from controlling order to controlling order, and from the Divine King realm to the quasi-saint realm. This kind of achievement was really too heaven-defying. Even though he knew that Ruo Xian's aptitude was monstrous, and even though he knew that Ruo Xian had comprehended the power of order for nearly 1,000 years before that, Lin Tian still found it hard to believe. The white tiger and little Taichu were the same. Yes, this is all thanks to that ancient tomb. Ruo Xian nodded, looking a little surprised. She said to Lin Tiandao, Father, you don't know. We found a different space in that ancient tomb. The flow of time inside is completely different from the outside world. Even the fluctuations of space are very strange. Even Mother was moved at that time. She said, We entered that alternate space and cultivated there for more than 2,000 years until the space collapsed. However, only 3 days have passed in the real world outside. Lin Tian was moved when he heard that. It turned out that Ruo Xian and the others had obtained an additional 2,000 years of cultivation time. Therefore, Ruo Xian was able to control order, and at the same time her cultivation had reached the quasi-saint realm from the Divine King realm back then. Then he thought of another matter. From the sound of it, why was the alternate space that Ruo Xian had mentioned so similar to the space-time space that they had entered because of the human king? The white tiger and little Taichu were also moved. They understood the main reason why Ruo Xian was able to control order and reach the quasi-saint realm from the Divine King realm in just a few years. Moreover, they also thought of the same problem as Lin Tian. It's completely similar to the space-time we entered. The white tiger widened his eyes. Ruo Xian blinked when she heard that. She looked at Lin Tian and asked, Father, all of you have entered a similar space? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and briefly explained how they had entered the space-time formed by the Human King and obtained an additional 10,000 years of time. Time and space? Human King? Ruoxian's eyes widened. That super-ancient tomb. Could it be related to the Human King? The Human King is dead? Naturally. She had heard of sovereign personages before. They were existences that caused the myriad realms to tremble at the mention of them. True legends. Don't mess around. How could that person die? Even if the great heaven and earth were to shatter, he would probably still be alive and well. The old Taoist pursed his lips and spoke in a soft voice. His gaze landed on Ruoxian Lin, and there was obvious shock in his eyes. He muttered, "Immeasurable heavenly lord, what is going on in this universe? Forget about the Human King. Why are there so many monsters behind her? Such a young girl actually controls time and order at the same time, and she even has a reincarnation body. This old man is really—" His voice was very soft, as if he was talking to himself, so Lin Tian and the others did not hear him at all. It is impossible for the Human King to have died. If such an existence had truly died, the entire world would probably shake violently. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "However, that super-ancient tomb is very likely related to that person." Roar! Violent roars rang out, and unknowingly, more Yin soldiers surrounded them from the outside. They were all comparable to Saint Kings, because there were too many of them. Even if Lin Tian supported the sea of lightning formed by the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation, it was useless. These things are so annoying. There are too many of them. It's like locusts passing through. I can't kill them all no matter how hard I try. Ruoxian Lin grumbled. She was now at the level of a quasi-saint and could control time and order, so she could kill a sage, king-level powerhouse. However, there were just too many sage, king-level spectral soldiers. In addition, she had to divert some of her energy to protect the other 100 cultivators. Therefore, it was already a little difficult for her to deal with these sage, king-level spectral soldiers. Her saint energy was almost exhausted. Lin Tiandao said it's okay. He pulled Ruoxian Lin Tiandao, the white tiger, and the little Taichu to the side of the old Taoist. He smiled and said, "Senior, you know how to use that thing to make these Yin soldiers unable to sense our presence." There were indeed a lot of Yin soldiers here. There were hundreds of thousands of them. If they really wanted to kill them one by one, it would be impossible to kill them all. In the end, they would be devoured by these inconspicuous Yin soldiers because their saint power had been exhausted. Heavenly Venerable Wuliang, don't laugh. You look like a little devil when you laugh, the kind with horns on your head. Ever since the old Taoist found out that Lin Tian wanted his oracle bone fragment, he felt that Lin Tian was not a good person and was shameless. However, even so, he still activated the oracle bone fragment immediately to protect Lin Tian, Ruoxian Lin Tiandao, and the others. In an instant, the Yin soldiers in this place completely lost the ability to sense Lin Tiani and the others' presence. They all rushed towards the other cultivators, who were protected by the Saint Light. The impact caused the Saint Light barrier that Ruoxian Lin Tiandao set up to shake and tremble. Gradually, cracks began to appear and spread like a spider web. It seemed like it was going to shatter soon. In an instant, the cultivators trembled violently. They were frightened by the countless Yin soldiers who kept hitting the Saint Light barrier. "Father, let's help them too," Ruoxian Lin Tiandao said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao nodded and looked at the old Taoist. "Senior, protect them too. Bring them to a safe place." Ruoxian Lin Tiandao accidentally came to such an unfamiliar place. Although she did not know these cultivators, she still helped them to resist the terrifying Yin soldiers. He was very glad that his daughter had a kind heart. The old Taoist pursed his lips, but he didn't refuse. He activated the bone plate to emit even more light, protecting the 100 over cultivators. Then he left the area and landed on a mountain where there were no Yin soldiers. Thank you. The cultivators all thanked Ruoxian Lin. At the beginning, if it was not for Ruoxian Lin Tiandao's help, they would have all died. Just now, it was because Ruoxian Lin helped them that Lin Tian asked the old Taoist to take them away. They knew very well that it was all because of Ruoxian Lin that they were able to survive. Ruoxian Lin waved her hand. She was beautiful and lively, and at the same time, she appeared natural and graceful. "It's okay. You're welcome. It's very dangerous here. It's better for you to leave as soon as possible," Lin Tiandao said to the cultivators. Now, because of the undead spirit that was comparable to a void sky rank existence, this space was densely packed with Sage King level Yin soldiers. For ordinary cultivators, this place was almost like purgatory. Yes, yes, yes. The cultivators all responded. Then, as Lin Tiandao said, they all began to evacuate from this space. Because Lin Tiandao was right. For cultivators like them, the strongest was only a sage. This underground space was too dangerous. If they were not careful, they could be swallowed by countless Yin soldiers. Soon, the cultivators all left. Only Lin Tiandao, Ruoxian Lin Tiandao, the White Tiger, Little Taichu, and the Old Taoist were left. Are we still going deeper? Chapter 2078. Hearing the White Tiger's question, Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's go." The current underground space was extremely dangerous. However, with the strength of their group, there was no need to be too worried. Moreover, the so-called divine phoenix, Tao fruit, that appeared in this underground space was indeed very tempting. Therefore, he wanted to continue going deeper and try to see if he could obtain that thing. Immediately, he led the Ruoxian, the White Tiger, and the Little Taichu to the side and continued to go deeper into the underground space. At the same time, the old Taoist also followed. Roar! Fierce howls and ghostly cries echoed in this underground space. Because of the void sky rank undead spirit in the depths, the majestic Yin Qi contained in this space condensed into too many Saint King level ghost soldiers, and they could be seen in almost every corner. Go! Go! Retreat! Ah! There were many cultivators who entered this underground space, hundreds of thousands of them, but there were very few true powerhouses. Now, with the appearance of so many Saint King level ghost soldiers, many cultivators panicked and were frightened. While resisting with difficulty, they retreated out of this underground space, and in the process there were naturally many ordinary cultivators who died. For a time, blood splashed in the space, and screams sounded from time to time in various places. Lin Tianyi and the others were followed by the old Taoist, protected by the light emitted by the oracle bone plate, and the process of going deeper could be said to be unimpeded. The Saint King level ghost soldiers, formed by the Yin Qi, did not seem to see them at all. Even when they walked past these ghost soldiers, not a single one of them attacked them. Soon after, they traveled extremely far, crossing over several dozen immortal mountains. Although these immortal mountains were in an environment with extremely dense Yin Qi, there were still plenty of ancient trees on them. In fact, they were even growing better than the plants in the outside world. The group continued to go deeper into the underground space, and in the blink of an eye, several more immortal mountains were left behind. It was also at this moment that, with a loud bang, an astonishing Saint Qi fluctuation suddenly appeared in front of them. Two young men were standing in a depression in front of them, their bodies exuding a majestic Saint King pressure. Although there were Saint King grade Yin soldiers constantly pouncing on them, none of them were able to pose any threat to these two young men. The two of them continued to wipe out the Saint King grade Yin soldiers that approached them while simultaneously flying out of the underground space. There was no fear in their eyes, but instead a light of excitement flashed across them. When Lin Tian and Ruoxian arrived, they naturally saw the two young men in front of them. Their eyes immediately narrowed. He was no stranger to these two. One was the holy son of the Blue Hell sect, and the other was the young sect master of the Baron sect. They were both famous young sovereigns in the Void world. Previously, they had besieged him with other young sovereigns in an attempt to seize his origin. These two bastards! The White Tiger sneered. Naturally, he also recognized these two people. Previously, more than 2,000 young sovereigns took advantage of Lin Tianxia's death, and when the 10 divine children of the Celestial Court were severely injured to attack Lin Tian in an attempt to seize his reincarnation origin. The White Tiger remembered those 2,000 people. Among them, more than half were killed by Lin Tian's killing formation, and the other half survived because of the accident when the wilderness collapsed. These two people were two of those who survived. Dad, do you know them? Ruoxian asked Lin Tiandao, curiously, when she saw the expressions of Lin Tian and White Tiger. Of course we know them. These two wanted to seize your father's reincarnation origin, but they didn't succeed. Before Lin Tian could speak, the White Tiger said so. What? Ruoxian heard this and immediately glared. She said angrily, how dare they have designs on Dad's origin? Bastards! Then, before Lin Tian could do anything, she moved. In a flash, she crossed more than 1,000 feet and appeared not far from the holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect. Who is it? The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect were old friends. When they saw Ruoxian rushing over with obvious hostility, their eyes narrowed. At the same time, the two of them were also shocked by Lin Ruoxian's appearance. She was too beautiful for young supremes like them who were famous in the heavenly realm. They had seen many gorgeous women in the past few years. However, none of them could compare to Lin Ruoxian. Ruoxian glared and directly attacked. The space in all directions shook, and the Holy King ghost soldiers around her were directly sent flying. Even Mom has never bullied Dad. How dare you? She was very angry that someone dared to seize her father's reincarnation origin. As soon as she finished speaking, the time in this space shook, and a vague, long river of time vaguely appeared. At the same time, waves of order interweaved in the long river of time, directly sealing and freezing this small world. The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect couldn't help but tremble. This girl, who was only at the quasi-saint level and was ridiculously beautiful, had actually activated the legendary law of time and the power of order at the same time. Then, the two of them were horrified. They quickly activated their saint techniques to face the long river of time that was mixed with order summoned by Ruoxian. However, in the next moment, the two of them were even more horrified. Under the fusion of the law of time and the power of order, the saint techniques that they activated with their cultivation at the peak of the Holy King level were completely vulnerable and were annihilated in the blink of an eye. Then, the long river of time that was mixed with order pressed down, crossing the sky and covering them in the blink of an eye, suppressing them at the same time. The two of them, trembled. In just a moment, they couldn't move, and even the saint powers in their bodies were frozen. Swoosh! With a piercing sound, Ruoxian took a step forward and flashed in front of the two of them. She slapped the two of them to the ground and suppressed them with the long river of time that was mixed with the power of order. Her small feet directly stepped on the two of them without mercy. "I'll trample you to death," she said angrily, and kept stepping on the two young supreme masters. "Damn it, you'd stop." The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect were both horrified and furious. Their cultivation was at the peak of the Holy King level, and they were famous young supreme masters in the heaven realm. But now they were being trampled on by a girl who was only at the quasi-saint level and was obviously much younger than them. How embarrassing was this? At the same time, Lin Tianyi and the others behind them were all stunned. The White Tiger was stunned and couldn't say a complete sentence for a moment. Yeah. The little Taichu's eyes widened. The two famous young supreme masters in the heaven realm with the cultivation at the peak of the Holy King level were instantly suppressed by Ruoxian, who was at the quasi-saint level. They didn't have the slightest room to resist. Even Lin Tian was moved, although he knew that after Ruoxian controlled the power of order, She could kill ordinary Holy King level experts with the cultivation of quasi-saint. He didn't expect that even the famous young Supreme Masters at the peak of the Holy King level would be so weak in the hands of Ruashian. Chapter 2079. As a quasi-sage, she could easily suppress a young Supreme Being who was at the peak of the Sage King realm. This kind of strength was too shocking. Monster! The old Taoist felt a little dizzy. After thinking for a while, he still said the same two words, monster. It's really... Lin Tian couldn't help but smile bitterly. His precious daughter was really becoming more and more like Wu Yi. It was too scary. At the same time, he was also happy. When he heard that the holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect had tried to steal his origin, his heart felt warm. He felt that there was a saying that was true. Daughters were really their father's little jackets. Bang, bang, bang. Ruashian had an angry expression on her face. She used the long river of time, mixed with the power of order, to suppress the holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect. She felt that these two were really too much. They actually tried to steal her father's reincarnation origin. This was 1,000,000 times more hateful than chasing after her father for other reasons. Damn it, stop. The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect were continuously trampled. Their bodies were in pain, and their minds were in even more pain. The young supreme beings who were famous in the heaven realm were actually being trampled by a young girl. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stepped forward and walked over from afar. I'll leave it to you, father. Seeing Lin Tian walking over, Ruashian stopped. He no longer stepped on the two of them. However, the two of them were still imprisoned. The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron sect were imprisoned. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian approaching, they immediately turned pale with fright. It's you. The two looked at Lin Tian and then at Ruashian. When they heard how Ruashian addressed Lin Tian, the shock on their faces became stronger. The two of them were shocked. The young girl who easily suppressed them with a quasi-sage cultivation and controlled the legendary power of time and order was actually Lin Tian's daughter. It's really a small world. What a coincidence, right? Lin Tian looked at the two of them and smiled. The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the Baron sect's young sect leaders' faces darkened. Reincarnation body, don't do anything rash. The great sects we belong to are very powerful, and there are Tongtian realm experts in charge. Previously, they had tried to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation source, but now they had been suppressed. Lin Tian was right in front of them, so they didn't need to think to know that Lin Tian wouldn't be kind to them. Their scalps turned cold. Threatening me? Lin Tian sneered. How long do you think your great sect can last under my master's hands? What's the point of showing off your great sects in front of me? The holy son of the Qingyan sect and the junior sect leader of the Baron sect trembled and their expressions darkened. Only then did they remember that Lin Tian had a terrifying master behind him who even the celestial court feared. The two of them looked at each other and gritted their teeth. The holy son of the Qingyan sect said, "Let us go, don't kill us, and we'll tell you a secret. It'll be very beneficial to you." The two of them were very clear that when they tried to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation source, Lin Tian definitely wanted to kill them now. With their strength, even if they weren't suppressed by Ruashian, they would be killed by Lin Tian in the blink of an eye. After all, even a super young paragon, like Xinwuk, was killed by Lin Tian. Their strength was countless times weaker than Xinwuk's, and they were far from being able to stop Lin Tian. Now, they could only rely on the secret they had discovered together to save their lives. The secret they had discovered was extremely precious, but no matter how precious it wasn't as precious as their lives. Secret? It'll be very beneficial to me. Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. That's right. We found it in this underground space. With our abilities, it'll be difficult to dig it out in a short period of time. We're going to report it to our sects, and ask them to send a group of experts to mine it together. The holy son of the Qingyan sect gritted his teeth and said, "As long as you let us go, we'll—" Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg, landing a foot on this person's chest, directly interrupting this person's words. Then he activated his divine will and directly entered the man's mind to search for the big secret that he mentioned. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. He was completely moved. His eyes narrowed and a bright light appeared. "What's wrong? Did you find the secret they mentioned? What is it?" Seeing his expression, the white tiger couldn't help but ask. Beside him, the little Taichu and Ruoxian also looked at him, and even the old Taoist priest did the same. "I found it. It's a super Lingjing mine," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. The white tiger was slightly moved. "How big is it?" The divine Lingjing was similar to the Lingjing and the celestial Lingjing. It was also similar to the divine energy that was found in the Dafan divine land. It was formed by the condensation of thick divine qi and the divine precepts that drifted between heaven and earth. Not only did it have an astonishingly pure energy, but it also contained many fragments of divine precepts. If there were enough of it, it would be an extraordinary treasure even for a saint king-level expert. Not only could it be used to directly improve one's cultivation, but it could also be used to refine one's divine precepts and saint power. They'd obtained such treasures numerous times after entering the celestial world of nothingness, and they'd obtained quite a few of them. So, they could be considered to be quite familiar with it. However, Lin Tian was visibly moved when he mentioned the divine essence crystal mine at this moment, and dazzling bright light arose in his eyes. He'd even used the word super to describe the divine essence crystal mine. This, naturally, caused Lin Tian to pay great attention to it. "Very big," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. "Do you still remember the divine Lingjing mine that senior crocodile ancestor gave us?" He said, "Now, the divine Lingjing mine that they found in this underground space has a conservative estimate of 100,000 times the capacity of the divine Lingjing mine that senior crocodile ancestor gave us." He searched the knowledge sea of the holy son of Qingyan sect and learned that the big secret was a divine Lingjing mine. At the same time, he also captured some images of the divine Lingjing mine in the holy son's knowledge sea. It was really huge, and the capacity of the divine Lingjing mine inside shocked him. The capacity was too shocking. What? When the white tiger heard this, its eyes widened, and it couldn't help but tremble. Back then, the divine Lingjing mine that the crocodile ancestor gave them had a huge capacity, which allowed their cultivation to improve greatly. But now, Lin Tian actually said that the divine Lingjing mine that the holy son of Qingyan sect and the young master of the Baron's sect found in this underground space was at least 100,000 times the capacity of the divine Lingjing mine that the crocodile ancestor gave them. What was this? Chapter 2080. Listening to Lin Tian's description of the capacity of the divine Lingjing mine, the white tiger was shocked. It was too shocking. Then, why didn't they dig it out themselves first? The white tiger asked Lin Tian. Didn't they say before that with their ability it would be difficult to dig it out in a short period of time because there is a very powerful natural restriction there? Lin Tian Dao. He naturally knew about the powerful restriction in the divine Lingjing mine from the Qing Yamasek's holy son. Is it very difficult to break the natural restriction? The white tiger asked. It's difficult for them, but not for me. Lin Tiandao. The white tiger was overjoyed when he heard that. That's good. Let's get rid of them and take that big mine. Lin Tian nodded. He had the same idea. He looked at the Qing Yamasek's holy son and the Baron Sek's young sect master. The Qing Yamasek's holy son and the Baron Sek's young sect master trembled. Fear filled their faces. You already know the big secret from us. The benefits are great. Let us go. Don't kill us. The two of them said anxiously. Lin Tian looked at the two of them and didn't say anything. A golden sword light appeared beside him and slashed at the two of them. Since the two of them had tried to seize his reincarnation origin, he naturally wouldn't show them any mercy. Under his golden sword light, the Qing Yamasek's holy son and the Baron Sek's holy son were killed on the spot. Ruoxian snorted softly. As Lin Tian killed the two of them, she also put away the long river of time. "Daddy, am I powerful?" she asked Lin Tiandao with a smile. "Of course," Lin Tian said with a smile. "You are indeed my precious daughter." His precious daughter was really a genius and a monster. She was only at the inferior saint realm, but she could suppress young supremes at the peak of the Saint King realm. This made him happy and proud. He dotingly rubbed Ruoxian's little head, then called out to the group and headed towards the divine Lingjing mine. Roar! In this place there weren't many Saint King grade Yin soldiers, only a few hundred or so. Just now, they had all been repelled by Ruoxian's river of time. At this time, as Ruoxian dispersed the river of time, these Yin soldiers all rushed forward. With a wave of his hand, Lin Tian activated the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. Black thunderbolts rolled out and crushed the Yin soldiers. After that, they headed towards the west of this place. After about 15 minutes, they arrived at a valley. Unexpectedly, there was no Yin Qi around this place, nor were there any Yin soldiers. The surroundings were incomparably lush with ancient trees. "That big mine is in this valley?" the White Tiger asked. "Yes." Lin Tian nodded. The location of the divine Lingjing mine that he found in the consciousness of the Qingyan sect's holy son was in the center of this valley. He led Ruoxian and the White Tiger to the specific coordinates of the divine Lingjing mine that he obtained from the Qingyan sect's holy son's consciousness. Soon, they arrived at the center of the valley and found a huge mine in the center. The cave was about 20 feet high and 30 feet wide. Just by being here, the group felt an amazing fluctuation of divine, spiritual qi, and their bodies became comfortable. With Lin Tian leading the way, the group entered the cave and soon came to the end of the cave. Looking ahead, the divine Lingjing mine was everywhere, emitting a gentle light. The vigorous divine spiritual qi filled every corner of the mine, and the air was constantly rippling. This is really... The White Tiger's voice trembled. In front of them, there were so many divine Lingjing mine that it was frightening. Just as Lin Tian said, it was at least 100,000 times more than the divine Lingjing mine that the crocodile ancestor gave to them. "We're rich." The White Tiger was excited. With so many divine Lingjing mine, it was like a super holy treasure for them. It could imagine that with these divine Lingjing mine, their cultivation would improve greatly in a short period of time. Amazing! Ruoxian already knew what divine Lingjing mine was from Lin Tian. Seeing so many divine Lingjing mine here, she was shocked and couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. The old Taoist priest also came to this place. Seeing these divine Lingjing mine, he wasn't as excited and shocked as Lin Tian and the others. He didn't seem to care much. Only a trace of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian took a deep breath. At this moment, he stepped forward. Strands of dragon patterns flowed out from the soles of his feet and spread forward. Soon, the air in front of him trembled slightly, and a transparent barrier appeared, blocking the dragon patterns. This is the natural restriction. The White Tiger's expression changed. He used his divine sense to sense it and said, "It's very powerful. Ordinary peak, holy kings definitely can't break it." However, did not mind. After all, Lin Tian was here and possessed the dragon burial scripture. Thus, he should be able to break through the seals there. Furthermore, Lin Tian had mentioned this matter before. He had said that the seals there were not difficult for him to break through. Lin Tian stood at the front with a calm expression. Strands of dragon patterns surged out and continued to move toward the restriction in front of them. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. With a crack, the natural barrier in front of them immediately shattered and was destroyed. Suddenly, a thick divine spiritual qi surged out from the front. In the blink of an eye, it drowned Lin Tian and the others. The group couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this moment, all the pores on their bodies couldn't help but open up. A bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he set up dozens of sealing formations in this place to prevent the thick divine spiritual qi here from leaking out. Then he looked at the divine Ling Jing mine in front of him again. Use it to cultivate, he said. Of course. The white tiger's face was full of excitement. His eyes shone. Hearing Lin Tian's words, he immediately rushed over. Then the little Tai Chu and Ruoxian also walked over. Now, the natural barrier here was broken by Lin Tian. There was no power that could stop them. The old Taoist priest curled his lips and walked to the side and sat down. He looked like he wasn't interested in the divine Ling Jing mine in front of him. You don't need it, Lin Tian asked. The white tiger, little Tai Chu, and Ruoxian also looked over curiously. In the face of such a huge divine Ling Jing mine, the old Taoist priest was actually so calm. He looked like he didn't care about it and walked to a big rock at the side and sat down. No need. The old Taoist priest curled his lips. Lin Tian's eyes couldn't help but twitch. So many divine Ling Jing mines were very useful to any cultivator below the Holy Venerate level. They could be directly refined to improve their cultivation. However, the old Taoist priest didn't care about so many divine Ling Jing mines. This was enough to show that the old Taoist priest's cultivation was definitely not lower than the Holy Venerate level. On the other hand, although Holy Venerate level cultivators didn't need these divine Ling Jing mines, they should be moved by so many divine Ling Jing mines. However, the old Taoist priest was completely calm and even looked at them with disdain. With this combination, he estimated that the old Taoist priest's cultivation was at least above the sovereign level. Chapter 2081. Not bad, old man. Your cultivation is good enough. What level are you at? Lin Tian looked at the old Taoist priest and asked. The old Taoist priest looked at him from the corner of his eyes. Beating you up is as easy as drinking water. Lin Tian's face almost darkened. You can just say that you're very powerful. Why do you have to step on me? Then you can just stay here. He curled his lips and walked forward. He called out to the Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Tai Chu and began to use the Ling Jing here to cultivate. As for the old Taoist priest, he was not worried that he would harm them during their cultivation. That was impossible, because the old Taoist priest was definitely very powerful. If he really wanted to harm them, he would have done it long ago. Most importantly, he could see that although the old Taoist priest was a little shameless and heartless, he was definitely not an evil person. He activated the Sun Heart Sutra. Faint golden divine light intertwined and directly absorbed the Ling Jing spiritual qi here to cultivate. Buzz! On the surface of his body, the golden divine light gradually became blazing. His essence, qi, and spirit also rose strand by strand. At the same time, the saint domain formed from the world seed appeared behind him. Using the vast amount of divine spirit crystals in this place, it began to rapidly grow. Within it, even more ancient trees began to appear, and even more celestial mountains and rivers gradually took shape. A true aura of life interweaved within, and as the saint domain grew, it gradually became denser. One of the main reasons he came to the celestial void realm was to make his sacred domain grow quickly in this world. Now, there were so many Ling Jing, spiritual qi here. Naturally, he had to use them to cultivate his body and make the sacred domain in his body evolve and grow continuously. This sacred domain was not simple. In the future, he might be able to comprehend the power that surpassed order from here. Buzz! He focused and activated the Sun Heart Sutra, absorbing the Ling Jing spiritual qi here contained in the Ling Jing spiritual qi. While cultivating his body, he evolved the sacred domain, causing the growth of the sacred domain to gradually become faster. A primitive aura surrounded it. Not far away, the old Taoist priest sat on a large gray rock. When he saw this scene, his eyes could not help but move. A growing, perfect world. He could not help but stare. This kid can even find this thing. Buzz. Up ahead. Lin Tian's Saint Domain was surrounded by light, and everything within it became more and more real and clear. Then, not far away, the little Taichu, who was cultivating, trembled slightly. The primordial immortal empire appeared from within its body and slowly approached Lin Tian's holy domain. With the light from Lin Tian's holy domain, it began to repair itself just like before. Another perfect world. The old Taoist couldn't help but stare. Then he frowned and muttered to himself, "No, the ancestral veins of the world are almost destroyed. It can barely be considered a half-perfect world, although it is recovering through the growth of a perfect world. There is a limit to how much it can recover. It can't become a perfect world." He looked at the little Taichu and paused. Suddenly, a glimmer flashed across his eyes. "Oh, I just realized. So you are a descendant of that race. Is this the primordial immortal empire?" Then his gaze fell on Lin Tian again. Wisps of light appeared in his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian and the holy domain that emerged from Lin Tian's body. This kid is not simple. He narrowed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze became extremely deep, like two black holes that could devour everything. Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged on the ground, wholeheartedly cultivating. He could sense the outside world, but he could not hear the old Taoist mutterings. Buzz! The golden light on the surface of his body gradually became more intense. His essence, qi and spirit became stronger, and his holy domain continued to grow. At the same time, the little Taichu's primordial immortal empire propped itself up. With Lin Tian's holy domain, it was slowly repairing itself. Ruoxian and the white tiger were also cultivating quietly. Their essence, qi and spirit were constantly becoming stronger. Just like this, 5 months passed in the blink of an eye. 5 months later, on this day, all the god crystals in this mine were used up. The golden divine light outside Lin Tian's body was blazing to the extreme, like a terrifying furnace. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and 2 rays of light flashed before disappearing. 5th Saint King layer. He muttered to himself, there were just too many divine Lingjing in this place. Even though he was already in the Saint King domain and was absorbing the divine Lingjing to form his holy domain, he still managed to reach the 5th Saint King layer in just 5 months. He was at the peak of the 5th Saint King layer and could reach the 6th Saint King layer at any time. At the same time, his holy domain had become even more shocking. There were many more mountains and rivers in it. There were also more plants. The qi of life that radiated from it was more than 100 times denser than 5 months ago. Good, he muttered to himself. He withdrew his holy domain into his body. A bright light flashed through his eyes. He could feel that he was much, much stronger than he was 5 months ago. They could not be compared to before. Then he looked at Ruoxian, the white tiger, and little Taichu. He discovered that Ruoxian's cultivation had reached the 7th heaven of the Saint King layer from the 3rd heaven of the Saint King layer from the 3rd heaven of the Saint King layer, and little Taichu had reached the 3rd heaven of the Saint King layer from the 9th heaven of the Saint King layer. His essence, qi, and spirit had all improved qualitatively. Lord Tiger is also a Saint King layer. The white tiger could not help but laugh. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least 1,000 years of cultivation to reach the Saint King layer from the 3rd heaven of the Saint King layer with its talent. But now it had reached it in just 5 months. This cultivation is really fast. Ruoxian blinked. Her aptitude was extremely heaven-defying. In terms of cultivation talent alone, even Lin Tian could not compare to her. However, under normal circumstances, she was not confident that she could reach the 7th heaven of the Saint King layer from the secondary Saint King layer in 5 months. No matter how good her cultivation talent was, it was impossible to achieve such a cultivation speed under normal circumstances. Consolidate your realm. Lin Tian said to her. After all, the cultivation realm that was achieved with the help of external objects was not as tenacious as the cultivation realm that was achieved step by step. It was necessary to spend a certain amount of time to consolidate the realm that one had reached. Otherwise, it would cause one's foundation to be unstable, which would be very bad for the future. Yes, yes. Ruoxian was very obedient and understood this point. She immediately circulated the ancient scriptures that Wu Yi had passed down to her and began to refine her cultivation. With the seventh heaven of the Saint King Lingjing's cultivation here, she made her essence, qi, and spirit become more and more stable. At the same time, the White Tiger and Little Taichu did the same. They used their respective inherited ancient scriptures to stabilize their current cultivation. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. After spending a month, the group of people had finished consolidating their current cultivation realm. Their foundation was very tough. Chapter 2082. It had been half a year, so it was hard to say whether the divine phoenix Tao fruit in the depths of this space still existed. After all, the collapse of the Nirvana wasteland had caused a huge commotion, so many cultivators must have rushed over. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, "Let's go and take a look." The old Taoist sat on a gray rock at the side, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Lin Tian, as if he was thinking about something. "Old man, why are you looking at me like that?" Lin Tian naturally noticed the old Taoist's gaze. "It's just interesting. Kid, you're not simple." The old Taoist narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian asked him. The old Taoist chuckled and said, "Give this old Taoist a bit of reincarnation origin, and this old Taoist will reluctantly tell you. Get lost." Lin Tian glanced at the old Taoist and didn't say anything else. Then the group left the mine and walked out. The old Taoist shrugged and then looked into the depths of the mine. There were groups of divine, spirit realm cultivators there. "It's not here." He muttered to himself and followed Lin Tian and the others out. Not long after, Lin Tianyi and the others walked out of the mine and out of the valley. In the underground space, the aura of death was thicker than 6 months ago, and even the temperature of the air had dropped by dozens of degrees. Roar! A violent roar came from the depths, startling Lin Tian and the others. As far as the eye could see, there were 700,000 feet tall, dead spirits in the depths, besieged by 8 figures. Rumbling sounds kept coming out, and the saint energy was astonishing. This is... Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. There are actually 6 more dead spirits, and those 8 people are all void sky rank existences. The White Tiger was shocked. 6 months ago, an undead spirit had appeared in the depths of this underground space. It was extremely terrifying and had forced several sovereigns into a sorry state. It was comparable to a void heaven rank master. Now, after coming out of seclusion for 6 months, they discovered that there were 6 more void heaven rank undead spirits in that area. The sovereigns from before were nowhere to be seen. Instead, several void heaven rank powerhouses had entered this underground space and were currently killing the 7 undead spirits in the depths of that underground space. At the same time, the death energy and Yin energy in this underground space became even thicker. Even more Yin soldiers condensed, all of them extremely powerful. It has become a paradise for the dead. The White Tiger said. However, in addition to more Yin soldiers, there were also more cultivators with true strength who had entered this underground space. There were many places where there were astonishing Saint King level Yin soldiers intertwined. Although there were more Saint King level Yin soldiers than 6 months ago, the situation was not as bad as it was 6 months ago. Now, almost all the cultivators in this space had the strength to resist. Lin Tian paused for a moment, then said, "Let's go directly to the depths." Although there were void heaven rank existences in the depths, they were still fighting with the 7 undead spirits. From this, it seemed that the divine phoenix, Tao fruit, was definitely still in this space. Although there were void heavenly realm experts fighting in that area, he didn't care too much about it. As long as he didn't step into the range of those void heavenly realm experts, he wouldn't be in any danger. He didn't believe those older generation experts would dare to take the initiative to attack him. After all, the old drunkard's display of power was very effective. The old Taoist also followed them. He used the oracle bone plate to conceal his aura and figure all the way to the depths. Soon, dozens of immortal mountains were left behind. Boom! At this moment, the void suddenly trembled, causing Lin Tian, Ruoxian, the White Tiger, and little Taichu to be shocked. 3 figures stepped out from the shattered wasteland. All of them were enveloped in divine light, and their essence, qi, and spirit were incomparably powerful, transcending heaven-rank powerhouses. Lin Tian's pupils constricted slightly. The White Tiger, little Taichu, and Ruoxian were also shocked. Is that divine phoenix Tao fruit that tempting? It actually attracted transcending heaven-rank powerhouses. The White Tiger was shocked. Next to him, a glint flashed across the old Taoist's eyes. Then he gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Immeasurable heavenly venerate!" An old guy of this level really jumped out. This old Taoist hasn't found it yet. Troublesome. Troublesome. This time, Lin Tian heard his voice and was slightly moved. "Huh, old man, what are you looking for?" He could feel that the thing that the old Taoist mentioned that he had not found should not be the divine phoenix, Tao fruit. Moreover, the 3 transcending heaven-rank powerhouses that suddenly entered this space seemed to have come for the thing that the old Taoist was looking for. This caused him to be slightly surprised. In this space, besides the treasure of the divine phoenix, Tao fruit, there were actually other even more shocking things that existed. It actually attracted several transcending heaven-rank powerhouses to step into this space. Beside him, the Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu also felt that something was wrong. They could not help but turn to look at the old Taoist. The old Taoist paused and said 3 words, "Ancestral dragon vein." When Lin Tian heard this, his pupils immediately constricted. You mean that the ancestral dragon vein of the heaven realm is within the range of this underground space? Beside him, the Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu were also shocked. The old Taoist nodded. Previously, after the wasteland here shattered, the aura of the ancestral dragon vein spread out. The ancestral dragon vein of the heaven realm should be within the range of this underground space. As he spoke, he continued, "If I'm not wrong, the super god Lingjing mind that you refined earlier was formed because of the influence of the ancestral dragon vein. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be such a huge god Lingjing mind. And the reason why the death aura in this underground space is so dense, but the plants inside haven't withered, is also because of the influence of the ancestral dragon vein." When Lin Tian heard this, he was even more shocked. The ancestral dragon vein was the core of a great world. In a great world like the heaven realm of nothingness, the ancestral dragon vein was definitely incomparably shocking. The dragon qi contained in it was simply unimaginable how terrifying it was. Even if the saint power, essence, and life force of tens of millions of ordinary sky-level powerhouses were combined, it was far from comparable. Once the ancestral dragon vein of such a great world was discovered and entered to cultivate, one day's effort was equivalent to 10,000 years of hard work. Even so, the core dragon qi in the ancestral dragon vein of such a great world was even more extraordinary. Even for a sky-level existence, it was also a furnace of great medicine. As long as one could obtain a trace of it, it would have extraordinary magical effects. He didn't expect that the ancestral dragon vein of this heaven realm of nothingness would be within the range of this underground space. The White Tiger was shocked, and then its eyes lit up. "Kid, aren't you very good at the momentum of heaven and earth? This is an opportunity. If we can find the ancestral dragon vein, we may be able to reach the Dominator realm in a very short time. When Lin Tian heard this, he glanced at it. Don't think it's so simple. How can it be so easy to find the ancestral dragon vein of such a great world? With my current level of cultivation, it's impossible to find it in this space. Even if you're in existence at the transcending heaven level, it would be extremely difficult to find it in such a large, fixed area. Every great world had an ancestral dragon vein. The larger the world, the more astonishing the ancestral dragon vein was, and the more difficult it was to find. Chapter 2083. Not bad, kid. You're quite self-aware. The old Taoist clicked his tongue when he heard Lin Tian's words. After entering this underground space, even if Lin Tian and the others were in closed-door cultivation for a few months, he'd utilize special methods to search carefully, and he'd especially search the vicinity of the Divine Essence crystal mine. Unfortunately, he hadn't gained anything. His cultivation was much higher than Lin Tian's, and he had spent so much effort and time, but still couldn't find any trace of it. Even if Lin Tian had mastered a very special technique and was good at the power of heaven and earth, it would be extremely difficult to find it. Lin Tian cast a sideways glance at the old man and ignored him. He looked into the depths of this space and paused for a moment, then called the Ruaxian and the White Tiger to continue toward that location. Kid, really in front of our friendship, can you give this old Taoist a bit of reincarnation origin? The old Taoist pulled Lin Tian and rubbed his hands together. Sure. Lin Tian was very direct. In front of our deep friendship, give me the oracle bone fragment on your neck, and I'll bear the pain and cut off my origin. The old Taoist glared at him. Scram! You little shameless brat. He looked angry and turned to leave. This old Taoist is leaving. You guys go play by yourselves. He was very fast, heading toward other locations in this underground space. In the blink of an eye, he had traveled far away. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. He guessed that this old guy must have gone to other places to look for clues of the ancestral dragon vein. Let's go. He called the Ruaxian, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu to continue toward the depths of this space. Compared to the clues of the ancestral dragon vein, the divine phoenix Dao fruit was undoubtedly easier to find now. Roar! Because the old Taoist had left, they no longer had the oracle bone plate to hide their aura and figure. In this underground space, some of the Saint King level Yin soldiers in the vicinity immediately sensed their presence and immediately pounced on them. Lin Tian casually flicked his finger, and a large amount of golden divine light flew out. Every ray of golden divine light was an extremely powerful killing sword. For a moment, the sound of piu 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 could be heard continuously. The group of Yin soldiers that charged forward were directly cut into pieces. Now he could reach the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler at any time. His battle prowess was countless times more powerful than 6 months ago. If he encountered a supreme young sovereign like Shinwuk again, he was even confident that he could suppress them with a single wave of his hand. Under these circumstances, the Yin soldiers were extremely weak compared to him 6 months ago. Grandpa, who also wants to test the battle prowess of a Saint King. The White Tiger was a little excited. Now that it had reached the level of a Saint King, it was very happy. It immediately attacked the other Saint King level Yin soldiers nearby to test its current strength. Boom! Demonic light surged. In the blink of an eye, a large number of Saint King level Yin soldiers were crushed. They were directly reduced to ashes or black pus. Ordinary cultivators below the 6th heavenly layer of Saint Ruler will definitely not be able to stop Grandpa Hu. It chuckled. After that, the little Taichu also tested its current strength. With a wave of its little claws, the sky was filled with 6-colored divine flames. In an instant, a large number of Saint King level Yin soldiers were burned to ashes. There were not many people below the level of Saint Ruler who could withstand such power. Ruaxian did not test it. When she controlled time and order, She could easily suppress young saint kings when she was a secondary saint. Now that she had reached the 7th heavenly layer of saint ruler, she could probably kill ordinary early-stage saint venerables without too much effort. Let's go. Lin Tian spoke again. The group headed into the depths of the underground space again. They crossed over many mountains. From time to time, extremely powerful Saint King level Yin soldiers would charge at them. However, they were no threat to them at all. With Lin Tian's people attacking, the Yin soldiers that charged at them were all easily killed. After about half a month, they finally stepped into the depths of the underground space. The so-called depths of this space did not refer to the end of this space. This underground space was vast and boundless, and they could not see the border at all. It was just that compared to the place where they first entered. This was considered the depths. Boom, boom, boom. An astonishing amount of death chi and surging holy light swept through the area. 8 void heaven rank experts were besieging 7 powerful undead spirits. The battle was extremely intense. Immortal mountains were shattered one after another, and the void was collapsing one by one. Let's retreat. It's too scary. The white tiger shrunk its neck and said to Lin Tiandao. Lin Tian nodded. The battle between void sky rank powerhouses was too terrifying. Now, as they entered this area, just the aftermath of the battle of that level made them very uncomfortable. Chills ran down their backs. At that moment, they quickly left this area. In this area, on the battlefield not far away, the 8 void sky rank powerhouses were killing 7 undead spirits. Naturally, they saw Lin Tian's group. At this time, their eyes could not help but fall on Lin Tian. Their eyes flashed with greed. However, it didn't take long for the greed and brilliance to fade away and vanish into nothingness. They all knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body and yearned for the reincarnation source. However, they did not dare to make a move now. An old drunkard had said that if the older generation dared to make a move on Lin Tian, he would mercilessly attack. Although they had not seen an old drunkard's strength with their own eyes, they could feel how terrifying he was just by looking at the divine sense engraving of mysterious yellow. It was really too frightening. They even felt that an old drunkard had surpassed the connecting heaven realm. In the face of such a terrifying existence, even the 108 heavenly masters of the celestial court could only remain silent. They could only send their younger generation, disciples, to deal with Lin Tian. How could they, the older generation, dare to be impudent? You're also here for the divine phoenix, Tao fruit. We've been searching here for several months, but there's no trace of you. How could it be so easy to find you? Let's kill these 7 undead first. They must have condensed void sky, grade blood cores in their bodies. They'll be very useful to us. The 8 void sky, grade experts seemed to know each other. At this time, they glanced at Lin Tian and the others before continuing to attack the 7 void sky grade evil corpses, using all kinds of great techniques. Lin Tian, Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu were together. At this time, they naturally could not hear the 8 void sky grade experts' voices. Soon, they were far away from the fierce battle between the 8 void sky grade experts and the 7 evil corpses. This underground space is truly bustling right now. Sovereigns, void sky, and heaven-connecting realms. All of them are here. White Tiger side. Some are here for the divine phoenix, Tao fruit. Some are here for the ancestral dragon vein. There will probably be more experts coming later. Lin Tiandao shook his head. After saying that, he shook his head and called out to Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu to go deeper into the area. Soon after, they walked quite a distance, continuously passing over 6 comparatively smaller immortal mountains. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stopped and his expression changed slightly. This is... He looked at an even shorter immortal mountain in front of him with shock in his eyes. Chapter 2084. Lin Tian was moved, and so was Ruoxian. They had actually sensed Sushu's aura when they arrived at this place. Lil Miss was also swept into this space like me? Ruoxian was surprised. Lin Tian looked deeper into the space. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and increased his speed. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu followed him at once. Soon, the group had crossed several 100,000 feet. In front of them, broken celestial mountains were connected to each other. Judging from the traces, they had existed for countless years and had once collapsed. "It's here," Ruoxian said. A bright light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He could sense that Sushu's aura was in this area, and it was very dense. However, even when he spread out his divine sense, he was unable to find any trace of Sushu. However, although he couldn't find her with his divine sense and vision, the familiar aura allowed him to gradually pinpoint her location. He was in this place, and he instinctively sensed that aura and slowly walked in this area. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu followed behind him. Soon, the group arrived at a small mountain in this area. It was completely in ruins. Many broken pieces of wood fell on the ground, and there were also some dried tree stumps on the ground. The plants here had been destroyed countless years ago, and there was no life essence left. Even the most heaven-defying person couldn't revive them because those plants had been completely destroyed. Just like the destruction of a cultivator's body and soul, it was impossible to restore them. Lin Tian stopped here. In this place, he felt Sushu's aura was the strongest. He raised his hand and reached forward. The space suddenly rippled like water, and a colorless barrier appeared. This is a natural boundary. White Tiger was moved. Lin Tian stared ahead and activated the dragon burial scripture. The divine eye of delusion also opened to search for the colorless barrier. "Not entirely," he said. "Most of it is the power of nature, and some of it is man-made." He controlled the dragon burial scripture, so he could naturally sense the attributes of this barrier. At the same time, the light in his eyes became even stronger. From what he could sense, Sushu's aura was coming from inside. This made him frown and worry. Sushu's aura was coming from inside. Could it be that she had fallen behind the barrier after being sucked in by the spatial crack that Ruoxian had mentioned? He didn't know what the environment inside was like, and he didn't know if there was any danger, so he was a little anxious. "All of you, back off a little." He spoke in a deep voice, after which he circulated the dragon burial scripture to its limit. Dense dragon tattoos spread and extended towards the colorless barrier in front of him. Soon, they completely surrounded the colorless barrier and began to swiftly break down the barrier's energy. His cultivation was now stronger, and this barrier had existed for too long, so its energy had weakened a lot. Under such circumstances, he circulated the dragon burial scripture to its limit, and soon cracks appeared on the 5-colored barrier in front of him. Then, after another 15 minutes, a crisp crack was heard, and the colorless barrier in front of him shattered. Immediately, a wave of scorching hot saint energy surged out. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding space was surrounded by a red flame. The monstrous heat was vast and mighty, seemingly about to melt everything. It forced Lin Tian's group to retreat at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had retreated dozens of feet away, after which they once again looked behind the shattered colorless barrier. That is, looking ahead, the group's expression changed. Behind the colorless barrier, a faint red boundary was laid out horizontally. It was circular in shape, and its diameter was about 30 feet. Inside, raging fire was raging, forming a huge fire phoenix. It seemed to be alive, and it was surrounding a woman in a blue dress. The woman in the blue dress had a beautiful face. Her eyes were slightly closed, and she was surrounded by the fire phoenix. Her essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly rising. "Sushu!" "Lil Miss!" Lin Tian and Ruoxian called out at the same time, their faces full of shock. Beside them, the White Tiger and little Taichu's expressions also changed. This was because the woman in the blue dress, who was surrounded by the fire phoenix, was Sushu. Buzz. Within the faint red boundary, blazing flames burned, and the temperature was terrifying. It was even more terrifying than Lin Tian's Purion flames and little Taichu's six-colored divine flames, together with the fire phoenix formed by the flames. It surrounded Sushu at the same time, but it did not hurt Sushu at all. Moreover, Sushu's body was glowing, and the terrifying flames were surging into her body. It was also at this moment that Sushu, who was surrounded by blazing flames, seemed to have sensed something. Her eyelids twitched, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank, but they were pure and fiery red, and there were endless flames dancing in them. Lin, her eyes were blank, and when she saw Lin Tian, she moved her lips and only spat out one word, as if she was sleep-talking. Then, as if she was instantly shrouded by endless sleepiness, her eyelids trembled, and she closed them again. Following that, the flames around her became even more intense, crazily surging into her body. At the same time, the fire phoenix surrounding her body let out a crisp phoenix cry, and also began to enter her body. Her essence, energy, and spirit soared at an even faster speed, and her cultivation reached the peak of the quasi-saint realm from the emperor god level in the blink of an eye. For a moment, the expressions of Lin Tianyi and the others changed greatly again. Nirvana of the divine phoenix, rebirth from the flames. The white tiger was almost petrified. She is the reincarnation of the divine phoenix from back then. The terrifying flames within the pale red boundary were mixed with extremely scorching saint energy and even condensed into a fire phoenix. There is no doubt that this was the so-called nirvana Tao fruit of the divine phoenix from back then. And now, this Tao fruit was rapidly surging into Sushu's body. It did not hurt Sushu at all, and it was completely compatible with her, causing her to bathe in endless flames and her cultivation to soar rapidly. In this way, there was no need to think about this at all. Sushu was the reincarnation of the divine phoenix that had fallen here back then. She had been drawn here by the Tao fruit of the divine phoenix and had begun her final nirvana rebirth. Lil Miss, she is actually... The Ruashian was almost dumbfounded. Yeah, the little Taichu's eyes widened. Lin Tian's face was also filled with shock, and he looked at this scene in disbelief. His Sushu was actually the reincarnation of the divine phoenix. Within the pale red boundary, the raging flames of the divine phoenix danced. As the fire phoenix condensed from the essence flames of the divine phoenix, it continuously surged into Sushu's body, causing Sushu's essence, energy, and spirit to continuously soar. At the same time, at the bottom of the pale red boundary, below the soil layer, wisps of pure light surged up and merged into the terrifying flames of the divine phoenix. They merged into the fire phoenix, causing both the flames of the divine phoenix and the fire phoenix to become even more extraordinary. After merging into Sushu's body, it caused Sushu's essence, energy, and spirit to soar even faster. Pure dragon chi. Lin Tian was immediately moved, and his expression changed again. The dragon burial scripture was once again activated to its peak, and the divine eye of delusion breaker looked at the ground. Endless dragon patterns quickly spread out, interweaving into the depths of the soil layer at an extremely fast speed. Then, after a dozen breaths, the dragon patterns that were spreading toward the ground vibrated, and they were blocked by an invisible aura. At the same time, his body shook violently. As the dragon patterns were blocked, he vaguely heard an earth-shaking dragon roar from underground. Chapter 2085. Lin Tian's expression changed again as he vaguely heard the dragons roar from underground. The ancestral dragon's vein. He was shocked. The dragon pattern was blocked by a very powerful force, and it was difficult for it to enter the depths of the ground. However, based on the earth-shaking dragon's roar that he vaguely heard and the pure dragon aura that overflowed from the ground, He was sure that the ancestral dragon's vein that the old Taoist mentioned was definitely underground. Hearing his words, Ruoxian, White Tiger, and little Taichu were all shocked. Are you saying that the ancestral dragon's vein that the old Taoist mentioned is underground in this place? White Tiger asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. This White Tiger was even more shocked. Buzz. The fire burned. In front of them, in the light red enchantment, the fire essence of the divine phoenix was jumping. As the dragon aura intertwined, it became even more shocking. The fire phoenix condensed from the essence of the divine phoenix also became even more extraordinary. Lin Tianyi looked at Sushu in the light red enchantment without blinking. His face was full of shock again. It was hard to imagine that Sushu was the reincarnation of the divine phoenix from the heaven realm. Now that she had returned here, she was beginning her final nirvana. Then he looked at the pure dragon aura that gushed out from the ground and thought of another thing. Sushu had chosen this place to undergo nirvana and break through to a higher level. It was probably because she had found out that the ancestral dragon's vein of the heaven realm was here. The benefits of using the dragon aura of the ancestral dragon's vein to undergo nirvana were too great. Perhaps even the origin of life would undergo a shocking qualitative change in the future, and she would be able to reach an astonishing height in the future. After being discovered back then, the end of nirvana did not really succeed. In the end, she left the fruit of the way here and set up a barrier to protect it with the dragon aura. Then her soul was reincarnated, waiting for the day when the fruit of the way would lead her soul to complete the final nirvana. He muttered to himself, looking at Sushu, who was surrounded by endless flames at this time. In the final nirvana, he instantly thought of many things. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking wave of saint energy emerged from the distance. It was the 8 people who had been fighting the 7 dead spirits. They were originally fighting against the 7 void, heaven-grade dead spirits when they suddenly sensed an astonishing, scorching saint energy in this place. The first thing they thought of was the divine phoenix Tao fruit, so they abandoned the 7 dead spirits and rushed here. This is nirvana. That divine phoenix didn't die. That girl is its reincarnation. The 8 of them were all void heaven-grade existences, so their eyesight was naturally not bad. At this time their gazes fell on Sushu, who was inside the light red barrier, and they instantly saw through many things, each of them revealing shocked expressions. As for the dragon chi that seeped out from underground, they did not pay much attention to it because they did not know that there was an ancestral dragon vein in this space. They had only come for the divine phoenix Tao fruit, so they did not search for the pure dragon chi to explore the deeper space and did not discover the ancestral dragon vein below. Quickly suppress her and take her away! A reincarnated body, nirvana after nirvana, combined together is at least 10,000 times more valuable than a Tao fruit alone. Extremely bright light flashed in the eyes of the 8 people, and they moved at the same time, all of them grabbing towards the light red barrier, wanting to take away Sushu along with it. Even Lin Tian, who was standing on the side as a reincarnated body, did not care at all. This was because, although Lin Tian's origin was priceless, none of them dared to take it away. Clang! It was also at this time that a sword light with bone-piercing killing intent swept across the sky, slashing towards the 8 people. Lin Tian made his move, slashing out with his sword with his peak battle strength. He stood in front of Sushu, who was enveloped by the light red barrier. The 8 void heaven-grade existences' eyes darkened. This sword light was naturally no threat to existences of their level. With a slight movement of their eyes, Lin Tian's sword light shattered and dissipated into nothingness. Reincarnated body, you want to compete with us for the nirvana Tao fruit of the divine phoenix reincarnation? One of them said coldly, "We gave your master face and didn't touch you. However, if you take the initiative to attack us, it will be a different situation. At that time, even if we kill you, your master won't have anything to say." As he spoke, Holy light intertwined around the 8 people's bodies, and void heaven grade auras fluctuated, causing the surrounding void to collapse. This kind of pressure was somewhat terrifying, causing Lin Tianyi and the others to feel intense pain. However, the group did not show any fear, only vigilance and worry. Their expressions were not very good. She's my wife, so she's also my master's disciple. If you want to make a move, you'd better think about the consequences first, Lin Tian said coldly. When he walked in the cultivation world, he generally did not use the name of others to threaten others. That was not his style of doing things, but now he did so because he had to protect Sushu. There could not be the slightest mistake. Whether Sushu was the divine phoenix reincarnation or some other ancient existence, it was not important. It was all in the past. He only remembered one thing clearly, and that was that Sushu was now his wife. Even if he died, he could not let anything happen to Sushu. At the same time, he secretly circulated the dragon burial scripture to the extreme again. He used all his strength to make the dragon marks surge toward the depths of the ground. Although he couldn't reach the ancestral dragon vein, he could still channel out a lot of pure dragon chi. That's right, the divine phoenix reincarnation is Lin Tian's wife in this life, which is equivalent to being Lin Tian's master's disciple. You old fools, better behave yourselves. White Tiger also spoke and threatened. Lin Tian's master can easily destroy the void world. Even the celestial masters of the celestial court do not dare to provoke him. You'd better not make a move. This is my family's Lil, Mother's younger sister. You old fools better stay away. If you make a move, Mother will be very unhappy and the consequences will be very serious. Ruoxian warned the 8 people warily. Yeah. Little Taichu glared at the 8 people with a vigilant expression. The 8 void heaven rank experts' expressions changed slightly upon hearing this. They did not pay attention to little Taichu's voice, nor did they pay attention to Ruoxian's words. They had no idea who the mother that Ruoxian mentioned was. They were only moved by Lin Tian's words because they were really afraid of an old drunkard. However, in the next moment, the 8 people looked at each other and their expressions became cold again. You think she's your wife just because you say so? You want to fight with us for the divine phoenix's nirvana Tao fruit, so you made up such a story? We only know that she is the reincarnation of the divine phoenix. It has nothing to do with you. Your master only said that the older generation cannot take the initiative to find trouble with you. We respect your master and will not touch you out of respect for that existence. As for what we do, that is our freedom. Chapter 2086. The 8 void sky grade powerhouses attacked together. Their void sky grade auras surged, and their 8 giant hands almost covered the sky. Damn it! The white tiger's expression changed. These 8 people really dared to attack. You. Ruoxian was furious. Her body trembled slightly, not because she was afraid, but because the void sky grade powerhouses were too strong. As the 8 void sky grade powerhouses attacked together, the void sky grade auras pressed down on her, causing her body to tremble instinctively. We can't touch you, but we won't let you win when it comes to fighting for the divine phoenix Tao fruit. Don't even think about competing with us. The 8 void sky grade powerhouses looked at Lin Tian coldly. The void sky grade palm pressed down, grabbing at the divine phoenix barrier enveloping Sushu. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of her. I don't need you to let me win. All of you will die here. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian spoke, his voice cold. As soon as his words fell, the ground shook. A dragon's roar suddenly reverberated from underground, shaking the sky. Immediately, a majestic and pure dragon, Qi, soared into the sky. Half of it turned into a giant dragon that crashed into the 8 void sky grade powerhouses' giant hands, while the other half entered his body. Just now, he had been using the dragon burial scripture to communicate with the ancestral dragon vein underground. Although the dragon marks couldn't get close to the ancestral dragon vein, they could draw out pure dragon chi from within. Now that he succeeded, the pure dragon chi directly gushed out. Roar! The giant dragon formed by the pure dragon chi had a terrifying aura, directly shaking off the 8 void sky grade powerhouse's giant hands. At the same time, the other half of the dragon chi entered his body, causing his aura to soar crazily. His whole person was like an erupting volcano. In the blink of an eye, his essence, chi, and spirit reached an astonishing height, crushing the void. This is Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu's expressions changed at the same time. The white tiger's eyes widened in shock. Such a vast amount of dragon energy. Kid, could it be? Just now it already knew that the heaven realm ancestral dragon vein that the old Taoist was looking for existed underground. At this time, when it saw such a shocking dragon energy rush out and Lin Tian's essence, energy, and spirit skyrocketing, it immediately thought, Lin Tianyi must have used the dragon burial scripture to successfully activate the power of the ancestral dragon vein underground. At this time, it felt that Lin Tian's aura was comparable to that of a normal dominator. Is this the power of the heaven realm ancestral dragon veins? It was shocking. Yeah. Little Tai Chu glared at him. Ruoxian was also surprised. So powerful. She cultivated the ancient scriptures passed down by Wu Yi, and at the same time, she also cultivated all the techniques of the 9 heavenly sovereigns passed down by Lin Tian. She also knew the dragon burial scripture. However, when she found out that there was an ancestral dragon vein underground, she tried to mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein underground, but it was completely useless. She couldn't communicate with the ancestral dragon vein. However, Lin Tian did it at this time. On the opposite side, the 8 void sky experts were also shocked. Seeing the dragon energy that Lin Tian mobilized at this time, their pupils shrank. This level of dragon energy, could it be? The dragon energy that Lin Tian mobilized at this time was much more majestic than the dragon energy that flowed into the divine phoenix barrier. They couldn't be compared, causing the 8 void sky experts to pay attention to this at this time. They swept their gazes underground. They scanned the deepest part of this place with their void sky divine senses. Just like Lin Tian, their divine senses couldn't really enter the deepest part of the ground and couldn't touch the ancestral dragon vein. However, they also had the same feeling as Lin Tianyi. Ancestral dragon vein. The heaven realm's ancestral dragon vein is here. The 8 of them were shocked. Realizing this, the 8 of them suddenly showed excitement on their faces. They couldn't help but tremble slightly. The ancestral dragon vein was too tempting. With our strength, we absolutely can't break into the ancestral dragon vein. We can't touch it. One of them said. His gaze fell on Sushu, who was in the divine phoenix barrier again. His eyes were full of burning light. Seize her immediately and refine her power. Then we will definitely be able to break into the ancestral dragon vein. At that time, the benefits will be endless. Attack! Another person said. Immediately, the 8 experts attacked again. At the same time, they stretched out their big hands and grabbed toward Sushu. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. With the ancestral dragon vein's dragon chi, his strength was comparable to that of a sovereign realm expert. He activated more dragon chi and condensed it into a huge dragon that charged towards the 8 experts. With your cultivation, you can actually mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein. Did you cultivate some kind of special technique that allows you to borrow the power of heaven and earth for your own use? It's not ordinary. You have some skills. One of them said coldly. Unfortunately, even if you can mobilize the power of the ancestral dragon vein, your cultivation is too weak. With the pure dragon chi of the ancestral dragon vein to strengthen your body, You can only reach the level of an ordinary sovereign realm expert at most. In the end, you still don't have the ability to fight against us." As his words fell, this person raised his hand and directly smashed the huge dragon formed by Lin Tian's dragon chi into pieces with a slap. After that, the 8 of them continued to attack Su Shu without any change in their attacks. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. Facing the 8 people's attacks, his expression didn't change, but the coldness in his eyes became stronger. "Come!" An ear-piercing sword hum sounded from his body as a 7-colored divine radiance surged and spread out. In his knowledge sea, the 7-colored divine sword rushed out, releasing an extremely sharp sword intent that was incomparably terrifying. Crackling sounds immediately rang out as the 8 people's attacks were shattered, and then they were all forced to retreat. "You!" At this moment, seeing the 7-colored divine sword summoned by Lin Tian, the 8 Void Sky experts' expressions changed again. At the same time, Ruaxian White Tiger and Little Taichu were also shocked. "That divine sword, this brat summoned it again." White Tiger was pleasantly surprised. The 7-colored divine sword circled around Lin Tian, its 7-colored divine radiance intertwining as if it could split open heaven and earth. Lin Tian raised his hand and grabbed the 7-colored divine sword. The 7-colored radiance on the 7-colored divine sword enveloped him in the blink of an eye. Just now, when he was communicating with the ancestral dragon vein, he was also communicating with the 7-colored divine sword in his knowledge sea. This was because he knew very well that the ancestral dragon vein's dragon chi alone couldn't fight against Void Sky experts with a Saint King cultivation. He needed an ultimate divine weapon, and the 7-colored divine sword in his knowledge sea was definitely a super divine weapon. This time, the 7-colored divine sword seemed to have a spirit as well. It knew what kind of situation it was in. After he communicated with it with his divine will for a dozen breaths, the 7-colored divine sword reacted and was summoned from his sea of consciousness. His gaze fell on the 8 people. The hand holding the 7-colored divine sword shook, and he directly slashed at the 7 of them. "Come!" With the support of the ancestral dragon vein's dragon chi, his current strength was comparable to a sovereign realm expert. Then he activated the 7-colored divine sword with the strength comparable to a sovereign realm expert. For a moment, the sword hum shook the sky as the sharp sword intent pressed straight towards the 8 sovereigns. In the blink of an eye, the 7-colored divine sword intent pressed down on the 8 people, directly exposing their bodies. For a moment, there was a muffled groan as the 8 people were swept away at the same time. Chapter 2087. Void heaven grade blood splattered all over the void, creating a dazzling sight. The 8 void heaven grade powerhouses were sent flying several hundred meters away. Their bodies were covered in sword scars, but they barely managed to stabilize themselves. At this moment, all of them paled. As powerful as they were void heaven grade powerhouses, they were actually sent flying by Lin Tian's sword at the same time and were all injured. At the same time, they were also shocked when they saw the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. They could feel an extremely sharp sword intent from this divine sword. That sword intent made them tremble. It was too strong. A piercing heaven-grade divine weapon? This sword is so strong. The 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses' pupils shrank. The rainbow divine sword had already been exposed. Someone had seen Lin Tian use it and spread the news. These 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses naturally knew about it. However, at that time, Lin Tianji was using it with a saint-grade cultivation base, so the power it displayed was at most comparable to a sovereign-grade weapon. But now, Lin Tian was using it with a sovereign-grade cultivation base, so the sword intent it emitted was naturally much stronger than when he was using it with a saint-grade cultivation base. This shocked the 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses. Lin Tian's cold gaze fell on the 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses. In the next moment, he moved and slashed at the 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses again. Clang! Accompanied by an ear-piercing sword whistle, a rainbow-colored sword light swept across the sky, almost shattering the sky. The 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses' expressions changed. They quickly used their secret techniques to block the rainbow-colored sword light. Immediately, there was a loud rumble. The 8 of them were, after all, void heaven realm cultivators. They acted together and blocked the sharp sword. However, at this moment, Lin Tian moved. His speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the 8 void heaven-grade powerhouses. He raised his hand and slashed again. He used even more strength with this strike, and the power of the strike was even more shocking. Moreover, he only swung it at a single person, forcefully destroying the defensive screen of light that person had erected. The light directly pierced through the person's chest, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. After that, with a PU sound, the opponent's body exploded into pieces, leaving behind only his soul that fled in a sorry state with an ashen expression. Lin Tian looked at this person's divine soul and waved the rainbow divine sword, sweeping out a sky full of sword lights towards the other 7 people, interfering with their movements. Then, with the rainbow divine sword in hand, he stepped towards this person's divine soul, instantly arriving in front of him. With a boom, the 7-colored divine sword in his hand erupted with an even more terrifying sword momentum, as if it was going to pierce through the entire world. This kind of sword aura caused the expression of the void sky expert, whose body had been cut into pieces and only his divine soul to change. His eyes even revealed a terrified expression because this sword was truly too terrifying. It was as if a world-destroying vicious beast was trying to devour him. Stop! Stop! The man couldn't help but cry out. Lin Tian's expression was as cold as ice. He slashed down with his sword. I already warned you all not to have any ideas about her. With a clang, as a sword slashed down, the 7-colored divine sword's divine power surged, sealing, freezing, and destroying all directions. It directly landed on the void sky expert's divine soul and destroyed it with a swish. For a moment, this place fell into a deathly silence. How could this be? The other 7 void sky experts' expressions changed drastically after they shattered the 7-colored divine sword Lin Tian's attack. One of them, a void sky expert, was actually killed by Lin Tian in an instant. At the same time, Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu were also shocked. So strong! Daddy's sword is really strong. Ruoxian clenched her fists. Even an ordinary heaven-piercing divine weapon wouldn't have such power, right? This sword, it's really... The white tiger's eyes widened. Even though he already knew that the divine sword in Lin Tian's Sea of Consciousness was very powerful and terrifying, and had seen Lin Tian use this divine sword several times, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Lin Tian kill a void sky expert with the 7-colored divine sword. Buzz! In this place, inside the divine phoenix barrier, the divine phoenix fire essence was boiling. The divine phoenix fire essence condensed into a fire phoenix and rushed into Sushu's body, causing Sushu's essence, chi, and spirit to continuously rise. At this time, Sushu's cultivation base had already reached the Saint Realm from the previous peak of the Quasi-Saint Realm. Moreover, it was still rising. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword and glanced at the divine phoenix barrier. Then he tilted his head and looked at the other 7 void sky experts. Clang! He shook the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, and a sword cry that shook the heavens rang out. The sword slashed towards the 7 people at the same time. The void in all directions was instantly shattered. And this kind of power was completely the result of him displaying it in his strongest state. Even the reincarnation forging spirit art had long been activated, just like when he killed the void heaven grade powerhouse. This was because, although he had raised his strength with the power of the ancestral dragon bloodline, circulated the reincarnation forging spiritual technique, and had the help of the 7-color divine sword, and his overall strength was very strong. It was still impossible for him to easily kill void sky experts. Sushu was now in the final nirvana, so he couldn't drag the battle with these people for too long. He had to end it quickly because the fluctuations caused by the battle might have a negative impact on Sushu's final nirvana. After all, Sushu's final nirvana was almost the same as a cultivator's closed-door cultivation. It was best to do it in a quiet environment. Therefore, under such circumstances, he used his full strength every time he made a move. He attacked with his current, strongest battle strength. Damn it! Let's attack together, with the combined strength of the 7 of us. Even if he temporarily raised his strength and has that divine sword, he won't be a match for us. Someone among the 7 spoke. Immediately, the 7 of them moved, and an even more terrifying void sky pressure interweaved around their bodies. You attacked us first. Even if we kill you, you asked for it. You can't blame anyone. One of them said coldly, his eyes revealing a sinister and greedy light. Obviously, he was thinking about Lin Tian's source. Lin Tian's source was even more valuable than the ancestral dragon bloodline in the heaven realm. In other words, the two were completely incomparable. Lin Tian naturally noticed this person's gaze and knew what this person was thinking at this time. His gaze was cold as he tightened his grip on the 7-colored divine sword and fiercely swung it at this person. Clang! A powerful and terrifying sword strike pierced through the boundless great void, shattering the Saint Chi light screen around this person's body and piercing through his head. Just like the previous void heaven rank master, only his divine sense managed to escape in a sorry state. Damn it! This person was horrified. His soul shone as he retreated, quickly reforming his body. However, at this moment, Lin Tian stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of him. Die. Chapter 2088. The sword light was swift and fierce, and the 7-colored divine radiance surged. In the blink of an eye, it landed on the soul of the void sky powerhouse whose physical body had been shattered. No. With a cry of despair and unwillingness, the void sky expert's soul shattered. He couldn't withstand Lin Tian's 7-colored divine sword at all. Under the attack of the 7-colored divine sword, the void sky expert's soul shattered and disappeared from this world forever. In an instant, only 6 of the 8 void sky experts were left. Truly terrifying. The white tiger's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the 8 void heaven rank experts had been killed. With the 8 void heaven grade masters united, the remaining 6 expressions changed again. Damn it, that sword! The 6 of them gritted their teeth and clenched their fists. At this moment, their gazes landed on the 7-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. They were very clear that the reason Lin Tian was able to kill 2 of them consecutively was mainly because of this divine sword. Clang! The sound of swords clanging resounded through the sky. Lin Tian moved again. He swung the 7-colored divine sword at the high heaven sword scripture. Instantly, the sky was filled with sword lights. The 6 void sky experts glanced at Sushu, who was enveloped by the divine phoenix barrier. Divine phoenix flames danced and saint energy surged. Their eyes were filled with greed. I don't believe he can stop all of us. Let's attack together and suppress him. You're the one who took the initiative to attack us. We didn't take the initiative to attack you. Kill. The 6 void sky experts opened their mouths and charged towards Lin Tian. 6 void sky experts, saint energy, surged and surged. The 6 void sky experts each activated their void sky divine abilities. At the same time, artifacts emerged from their bodies. All of them were peak sovereign grade artifacts. The aura they exuded was terrifying. Lin Tian felt the pressure. The aura the 6 void sky experts exuded now was clearly much stronger than before. However, although he felt the pressure, he wasn't afraid. He activated his Tai Chi divine domain to protect his body. The seven-colored divine sword vibrated as it was still powered by the high heaven sword scripture. It slashed out an even sharper sword light as if it wanted to split the sky. Crack! This sword force was too sharp. In the blink of an eye, the sovereign-grade artifact summoned by one of the 6 Void Heaven Realm Masters was shattered into pieces. At the same time, the sword radiance of the 7-colored sword might swept across the area and formed a sword domain. Ka-ka-ka-ka-ka. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the artifacts of the other 5 Void Heaven experts also shattered at the same time. Damn it! The 6 of them were shocked and angered. They were Void Heaven Grade Masters, but they did not have a Void Heaven Grade artifact because it was too difficult to forge. A Sovereign Grade artifact was their most powerful weapon, and they had refined it with a special method. It resonated with their source of power and increased their battle prowess by 20%. But now it had been destroyed by Lin Tian. The 6 Void Heaven Realm Masters roared as their 6 great divine abilities surged. Their auras became even stronger as they pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian activated his Tai Chi divine domain to protect his body. He was temporarily using the ancestral Dragon Veins Dragon Chi to raise his sovereign grade cultivation and the 7-colored divine sword's power to support himself. However, he was still sent flying and cracks appeared on his Tai Chi divine domain. He stabilized himself and moved again without holding back. His speed was pushed to the limit as he waved the 7-colored divine sword and slashed out another 7-colored sword radiance. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. Every 7-colored sword radiance was extremely terrifying, forcing the 6 Void Heaven experts to resist with all their might. It was also at this time that Lin Tian continued to move forward. He pushed his speed to the limit, leaving behind numerous afterimages in the space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the 6 Void Heaven experts. He held the 7-colored divine sword tightly with both hands and slashed down fiercely. This time, he waved the sword with both hands. It was stronger than any of the previous attacks, as if it was going to split the sky. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. Under this sword, the Void Heaven expert didn't even have time to scream before he was cut into pieces. Moreover, his divine soul was also destroyed. Another one. Daddy is so powerful. Yeah. The White Tiger, Ruoxian, and Little Taichu were guarding beside the divine Phoenix barrier. They couldn't help but feel excited when they saw the scene. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian had killed 3 Void Heaven experts. One had to know that in terms of foundation, Lin Tian was only a 5th heavenly layer Saint King. However, by relying on his various methods, he had reached the level of killing Void Heaven experts. This was too shocking, enough to shock countless cultivators. The remaining 5 Void Heaven experts trembled slightly. Their expressions became even more unsightly, and there was even a hint of fear in their eyes. In such a short time, Lin Tian had actually killed 3 of them. On the opposite side, Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword. His right hand trembled slightly, and the sword hummed loudly. He directly stepped toward the 5 of them. However, just as he took a step forward, his body trembled slightly, and he involuntarily stopped. His face instantly became paler. Seeing this, the 5 Void Heaven experts on the opposite side all narrowed their eyes. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes. Wantonly using Saint Power must consume a lot of his body, right? He won't be able to last long if he fights like this. Let's go together and suppress him. Then we'll take the Divine Phoenix, Tao Fruit, and break into the ancestral Dragon Vein. We'll be able to step into the Ascending Heaven Realm in an extremely short period of time. The Divine Phoenix aura in this place has already leaked out. Later, there will definitely be others coming. Let's end this quickly. Kill! The 5 opened their mouths. Their eyes were cold as they took the initiative to attack Lin Tian. Lin Tian's face became a little pale. He constantly used all the saint power in his body to kill the 3 void heaven experts at the fastest speed. On the surface, it was very frightening, but it was indeed exhausting. He had already consumed a lot of saint power, and his current state was slightly worse than before. However, his expression didn't change much. He was still indifferent as he faced the 5 void heaven experts with his sword. Clang! The humming of the sword shook the sky. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the 5 void heaven experts. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the void shattered bit by bit. Even the dome of heaven seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Lin Tian used the Tai Chi divine domain to protect his body, and used the 7-colored divine sword to display the High Heavens sword manual. Every attack contained his current full strength, and every attack was fierce and oppressive. Fierce arcs of lightning interweaved around his body. The 5 void heaven experts also attacked with all their strength. All kinds of divine abilities and secret techniques were used, as if they wanted to bury everything. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths had passed. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian seized a gap and used the Tai Chi divine domain to protect his body. He endured the attacks of 4 void heaven experts with his back and directly stabbed the 7-colored divine sword into the chest of another void heaven expert. The void heaven expert's body trembled violently, and a large amount of blood gushed out of his mouth. He was frightened and angry. "You die." Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He shook the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, and a fierce sword force erupted from the void heaven expert's body. The void heaven expert's body directly exploded, and even his soul was destroyed. After killing this person, Lin Tian's face was even paler than before. His gaze fell on the last 4 void heaven experts. Clang! He held the 7-colored divine sword and hummed again. His condition was worse than before, but he didn't care at all. He still used all his saint power to suppress the 4 void heaven experts. Chapter 2089. More than a dozen void heaven rank auras rushed over from the distance at an extremely fast speed, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 17 figures, each of them exuding void heaven rank auras that distorted the space around them. For a moment, the Ruaxian, the White Tiger, and the little Taichu's expressions all changed. Damn it! The White Tiger was enraged. In the blink of an eye, another 17 void heaven rank experts had arrived. Even if Lin Tian raised his strength with the ancestral Dragon Veins Dragon Chi and summoned the Rainbow Divine Sword, he might not be able to stop them. The 4 void heaven rank experts who were still alive when they arrived also changed their expressions becoming unsightly. Now, the other 17 void heaven rank experts had arrived and would directly become their competitors for the divine phoenix Dao Fruit. Lin Tian stopped attacking the 4 void heaven rank experts, his expression also becoming unsightly. He naturally knew why these people had come. The 17 void heaven rank experts weren't friends. They were all vigilant and on guard against others. At the same time, their gazes fell on Sushu, who was undergoing nirvana inside the divine phoenix barrier. Everyone's expressions changed slightly. This is that woman. The divine phoenix flame essence is flowing into her body on its own. Is she the reincarnation of the divine phoenix from back then? That divine phoenix from back then didn't die? Her nirvana didn't truly succeed. She left the Dao fruit here, and her divine soul reincarnated. Now, she's using her reincarnated body to merge with the Dao fruit she left behind back then to undergo the final nirvana? These people were all experts. Just like the 8 void heaven rank experts at the beginning, they could see many things at a glance. Then, for a moment, everyone's eyes shone brightly as they became somewhat excited. It's at least 10,000 times stronger than the divine phoenix, Dao fruit alone. Someone couldn't help but clench his fists. Then, in the next moment, everyone moved at the same time as if they had discovered the most beautiful prey. They all rushed towards Sushu inside the divine phoenix barrier, wanting to snatch her away. Scram! Lin Tian's cold voice rang out, accompanied by a sword cry that shook the heavens. He took a step forward and appeared beside the divine phoenix barrier. The rainbow divine sword in his hand trembled and swept across the 17 void sky experts that were charging towards him. The tyrannical sword strike was accompanied by a terrifying sword whistle. The 17 void sky experts were shaken and retreated at the same time. Reincarnation body. What do you mean? One of them said in a deep voice. Just like the other 16 people, they had discovered Lin Tian, a reincarnated being, when they had rushed here. However, none of them dared to make a move against Lin Tian because they were afraid of an old drunkard. Even though they desired the origin of reincarnation, none of them dared to touch Lin Tian. At the same time, these 17 people were also shocked by the aura Lin Tian was exuding. It was so strong that even void heaven experts like them felt pressured. If you dare to touch her, I'll take your lives. Lin Tian's voice was ice cold. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook the rainbow divine sword in his hand. A monstrous sword might erupted, causing the surrounding heaven and earth to tremble. This aura was very strong, even stronger than before. The 17 people's expressions changed again. They clearly felt that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the Saint Ruler realm, but his aura was comparable to that of a sovereign realm expert. Moreover, the rainbow divine sword in his hand seemed to be able to cut through everything. They couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. However, in the next moment, their expressions sank again. Although I don't know what method you used to forcibly increase your strength, what right do you have to stop us from obtaining the divine phoenix Dao fruit? One of them said coldly. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. He didn't give any explanation and pointed the rainbow divine sword at everyone. I'll kill whoever touches her. The 17 people's expressions sank again. The divine phoenix Dao fruit is mine. If you take the initiative to attack us again, we can also kill you in return. We won't disrespect that person. One of them said coldly. Then this person directly moved. Light intertwined in his eyes, and holy light spread out as he grabbed towards Sushu. At the same time, the other 16 people, as well as the 4 void sky rank experts who had arrived earlier, also moved. While guarding against the others, they also grabbed towards Sushu, who was enveloped by the divine phoenix barrier. Saint energy swept out in all directions. Lin Tian's expression was cold. He waved his left hand, mixed with gentle holy energy, and moved Ruoxian and the others 1,000 zhang away. Next, the battle in this place would become more intense than before. Sushu was in the final nirvana, so he couldn't move her now. However, he had to move Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu away from this area. Otherwise, they would be in great danger. Clang! After moving Ruoxian, the white tiger, and the little Taichu away, he fiercely swung the rainbow divine sword. Sharp sword light swept out in all directions. The dense, rainbow-colored sword lights indiscriminately slashed at the 21 void heaven rank powerhouses charging at him. You took the initiative to attack. Even if we kill you, your master can't blame us. One of the 21 void sky experts said coldly. The other 20 people also looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes, greed faintly intertwined in their eyes. Immediately, the 21 people attacked at the same time, all of them attacking Lin Tian. If they wanted to obtain the divine phoenix, Dao fruit, they had to deal with Lin Tian first. Facing the 21 people's attacks, Lin Tian's eyes were cold, and there was no fear on his face. He protected himself with the Tai Chi divine domain and the rainbow divine sword, sweeping out one sharp sword light after another. Daddy! 1,000 zhang away, Ruoxian looked worried. These old things. The white tiger was also angry. It hadn't been long, but more than 20 void sky experts had come to this place. The little Taichu clenched his paws, also very angry. However, Although they were worried and angry at this time, they were powerless and couldn't do anything to help. Boom! 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 Astonishing saint energy rumbled as various divine abilities and secret techniques swept through this space. Lin Tian swung the rainbow divine sword to protect Sushu as he fought the 21 void sky experts alone. The rainbow sword light swept out in all directions. Under this sword light and the saint energy of the other 21 void sky experts, the void constantly collapsed. In the blink of an eye, a full 4 hours passed. In these 4 hours, Lin Tian fought the 21 void sky experts alone. Even though the ancestral dragon bloodline's dragon, Qi, temporarily increased his strength to the level of a sovereign, even though the reincarnation forging spirit art increased his battle prowess tenfold, and with the help of the rainbow divine sword, it was extremely difficult for him to face the 21 void sky experts together. His face grew paler and paler. However, even so, the 21 void sky experts were forced into a sorry state by him. This made the 21 void sky experts feel shocked. Lin Tianyi was just a young man of this generation, but facing the siege of 21 ancient void sky experts, he was still able to stand his ground, forcing the 21 void sky experts into a sorry state. Then, in the next moment, the 21 void sky experts' expressions became cold again. In their field of vision, Lin Tian's cheeks were already very pale. "You can't hold on any more. You took the initiative to attack us. Even if we kill you and take your source origin, your master won't be able to say anything. You asked for it," these void sky experts said. Their eyes were filled with greed as they vigilantly looked at each other. Then they all rushed towards Lin Tian like hungry beasts, wanting to devour Lin Tian. 21 void sky experts' saint energy surged, causing the surrounding void to crumble and collapse. Lin Tian faced the 21 void sky experts again. His body couldn't help but tremble under the impact of the 21 void sky experts' saint energy. He instantly felt a great threat, but his expression remained unchanged. He tightened his grip on the rainbow divine sword. "Don't even think about touching her," he said coldly. He shook the rainbow divine sword, and a dazzling sword light burst out again. At the same time, almost at the same time, the sound of a flute drifted between heaven and earth, as if it came from an eternal, unknown place. It was like the sound of thousands of saint energy, causing his body to tremble slightly. Chapter 2090. What's going on? His aura! Why did it suddenly? The 21 void sky experts were sent flying by Lin Tian. They quickly stabilized themselves, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, in their vision and perception, Lin Tian seemed to have changed into a different person. The aura he exuded made them shudder. The melodious flute music drifted in this small world. It was soft and gentle, like a gentle breeze drifting from the eternal unknown. Outside Lin Tian's body, dazzling holy light shone. Inside his body, only he could see that his life origin was blooming with the most dazzling light. His body was almost burning, and every corner of his body was filled with majestic power at this moment. Wu Yi. His eyes flickered. This was the reincarnation tribulation transcendent song, which Wu Yi had spent 1,000 years to create. Only Wu Yi and he could play it, together with the reincarnation forging spirit art. At this moment, his strength, which had been boosted by the ancestral dragon bloodline's dragon Qi, had increased by 100 times. He glanced around. Wu Yi's figure did not appear, but he knew that Wu Yi was coming here. He had sensed the situation here, but he could not immediately arrive and transmit the reincarnation, tribulation, transcendence song to this place in advance. At the same time, 1,000 zhang away, the Ruoxian, who had been sent to a safe place by Lin Tian, was also moved and became pleasantly surprised. "This is Mother's flute music. Mother is here." She had heard the reincarnation, tribulation, transcendence song before, so she naturally knew who was playing it at this time. E is here. Little Taichu was also pleasantly surprised. This flute music is from your mother. The white tiger's eyes widened. That's right. Ruoxian clenched her hands, both happy and excited. This is the reincarnation, tribulation, transcendence song that Mother created back then. Only Mother and Father can play it. Now that Father is fighting. Only Mother can play the flute. Hearing this, the white tiger's eyes widened even more. This flute sound is the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. It couldn't hear anything special about this kind of flute music. It just felt that it was very pleasant to the ears. However, when it heard Ruoxian mention the reincarnation tribulation crossing song, it was moved because Lin Tian had mentioned the reincarnation forging divine art and the reincarnation tribulation crossing song to it. No wonder Brat Lin's aura suddenly skyrocketed. It's actually the reincarnation tribulation crossing song. It was shocked and then bewildered. It looked around but didn't see Wu Yi. Where's your mother's family? How come I don't see anyone? He should be in the world tunnel and is currently rushing here. However, he is unable to reach here immediately. He can only send the samsara, tribulation transcension, song ahead of time. Ruoxian guessed. The melodious sound of the flute lingered in the ears. It was gentle and pleasant to listen to, as if a myriad of fairies were playing, accompanied by a gentle breeze that danced. Outside Lin Tian's body, a dazzling holy radiance burned like a burning flame. His pale face gradually turned rosy. He looked around, then looked at Sushu, who was undergoing nirvana inside the divine phoenix barrier. Finally, his gaze moved to the 21 void heaven rank experts. His eyes were cold and indifferent. Then he moved. Holding the rainbow divine sword, he casually slashed forward. With a loud clang, a sword hum pierced through the air. A rainbow-colored sword light rushed out at an extremely fast speed and arrived in front of one of the 21 void heaven rank experts in the blink of an eye. Pooh! Blood splattered everywhere. The void heaven rank expert was pierced through. Then his body disintegrated and his divine soul turned to ashes. He didn't even have time to scream. The other 20 void heaven rank experts trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. Just now, they had all sensed that Lin Tian's aura had undergone a tremendous change, as if he had become a different person. However, they never imagined that he would become so terrifying. Just a casual swing of his sword was enough to kill one of their void heaven rank experts. Clang! A sword hum rang out again. Lin Tian held the rainbow divine sword and swung it again. Another rainbow-colored sword light flew out. Just like before, it was so fast that no one could react in time. It directly pierced through another void heaven rank expert, causing void heaven rank blood to splatter everywhere. Just like the void heaven rank expert just now, this void heaven rank expert's divine soul was also instantly destroyed. So strong. This is the 100-fold battle prowess that Kid mentioned before. This is simply... In the distance, the white tiger's hair stood on end. A void heaven rank expert's life was taken away with a casual swing of his sword. This kind of battle prowess was truly terrifying. Yeah, so strong. The little Taichu was also shocked. Those two techniques are only useful for Daddy and Mommy. However, only Daddy can achieve 100-fold battle prowess when the two techniques are combined. Mommy can't. Ruoxian's eyes lit up as she looked ahead excitedly. She naturally knew about the reincarnation section, divine technique, and reincarnation tribulation crossing song. In front of them, there were still 19 void heaven rank experts alive on the battlefield. At this moment, all of them couldn't help but tremble. Go retreat. One of them spoke with a trembling voice. Then he directly retreated and fled into the distance. Then the other 18 people didn't hesitate and moved as well, fleeing into the distance. At this moment, the dozen or so people who were still alive were frightened by Lin Tian's battle prowess. A casual swing of his sword could kill a void heaven rank expert, causing their divine souls to shiver. If they continued to stay, they would definitely end up dead. For a time, whooshing sounds could be heard as the group moved extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they were already far away. Escaping? What are you running for? Come again, if you have the guts. The white tiger couldn't help but curse when he saw this scene from afar. Don't run, come back and fight one-on-one. Ruoshin shouted. Lin Tian didn't say anything as he watched the 19 void heaven rank experts flee. He directly moved and chased after them. Since these people had attacked, he naturally wouldn't let them go. At this moment, under the amplification of his 100-fold battle prowess, his speed also increased tremendously. In an instant, he was already far away. Clang! He appeared in front of one of the 19 people and slashed down with his divine sword. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. This person was immediately killed in body and soul. Then he stepped forward and slashed at the other 18 people with the 7-colored divine sword. The sharp sword aura seemed to be able to shatter heaven and earth. Reincarnation body, stop! We have already retreated. Don't be too heartless. Someone anxiously shouted. Lin Tian turned a deaf ear to them. He swung the 7-colored divine sword in his hand, directly shattering this person's head and destroying his divine soul. Then he stepped forward with the Tai Chi divine domain protecting his body. He left behind afterimages as he slashed out streaks of 7-colored divine sword. Ah! A blood-curdling scream filled the air as another void heaven rank expert was killed. He didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. Of the dozens of void heaven rank experts, only 17 were left in the blink of an eye. None of you will live. Chapter 2091. Resplendent light intertwined as the reincarnation forging soul technique and reincarnation calamity crossing song appeared at the same time. With a 100-fold increase in battle prowess, Lin Tian sealed off the surrounding space with the rainbow divine sword. He was like a true sword god, and even the sky violently trembled. Clang! He raised his hand and mercilessly swung the 7-colored divine sword at the last 17 void sky experts. The 7-colored divine sword trembled slightly as a 7-colored sword ray slashed towards one of the 17 void sky experts. This void sky expert was horrified. He quickly raised a powerful divine technique defense, but it was instantly shattered by the sword ray. Then, the 7-colored sword ray continued to press down and directly pierced through his chest. Ah! Blood splattered in the void along with a scream. This void sky expert exploded, and even his divine soul was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, there were only 16 void sky experts left. Reincarnation body, don't go too far. We have already chosen to retreat. Why do you have to kill us all? One of the void sky experts gritted his teeth, his expression extremely ugly. Lin Tian didn't waste time talking nonsense with these people and directly attacked. He swung the 7-colored divine sword and sword ray swept out in all directions. The 16 void sky experts trembled violently. Their eyes were filled with fear as they pushed their divine chi to resist with all their might. However, at this time, Lin Tian's 100-fold battle prowess was too strong. With the help of the 7-colored divine sword, a casual slash of his sword contained destructive power. The defensive divine ability of the 16 void sky experts was completely shattered in the blink of an eye. Pooh! Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword and pierced through one of the void sky expert's chest, shattering that person's body and divine soul. Then he stepped forward, leaving afterimages behind with each step. He used the High Heaven Sword Manual to activate the 7-colored divine sword and slashed out dozens of sword rays. No, an unwilling scream rang out as another void heaven rank powerhouse fell. And this was only the beginning. With his 100-fold battle prowess, Lin Tian was too strong at this time. The 7-color divine sword was like a source of destruction. Stop, stop! Reincarnation body, let us go! Ah! Terrified cries for mercy and shrill cries resounded incessantly. Streams of blood sprayed out, and it was practically on the verge of dying space red. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian swung his sword and killed one void heaven expert after another until only one remained. Don't kill me. I am willing to be your slave for all eternity. I am willing to form a master-servant mother-child curse with you and be at your beck and call. That person said with a trembling voice. He really didn't want to be killed. Lin Tian raised his hand and didn't waste any more words. He swung his sword straight at the last void sky powerhouse. At the same time, the sky rumbled. Not far away, a giant palm print of holy light pressed down, grabbing toward Sushu, who was in the final state of nirvanic rebirth within the divine phoenix barrier. The might of the divine phoenix level interweaved around the giant palm, extremely frightening. Sky-reaching level experts. Thousands of feet away, the white tiger, Ruoxian, and little Taichu's expressions changed. At this time, a divine phoenix level expert actually came to snatch the divine phoenix barrier's final Tao fruit. Lin Tian was also moved. He killed the last void sky powerhouse with a single slash of his sword and then directly stepped towards the giant palm of holy light. Boom! This time, he naturally felt the sky-reaching level pressure interweaved around the giant palm of holy light. He didn't act as casually as when he dealt with the dozens of void sky powerhouses earlier. Instead, he fiercely swung his 7-colored divine sword and slashed at the giant palm of holy light. In the blink of an eye, his sword landed firmly on the giant palm of holy light. All of a sudden, with a loud boom, the surrounding void began to crumble apart bit by bit. The giant palm of holy light trembled violently and was forcefully shaken away. At the same time, with a bang, Lin Tian was sent flying. Blood splattered in the void, and his sword-wielding hand was almost directly shattered. Even though he had now raised his strength to the sovereign level with the ancestral dragon veins dragon chi, and then multiplied his battle strength by 100 times, and had the help of the 7-colored divine sword, he was still seriously injured. Reincarnation body, what do you want to do? A cold voice sounded. In the sky, the giant palm of holy light that pressed down dissipated, and a middle-aged man in a black robe appeared. His entire body was surrounded by a dazzling holy light. This was a sky-reaching level expert. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Tian with deep and cold eyes. At the same time, there was a hint of shock in his eyes. This was because Lin Tian's cultivation was clearly only at the Saint King level, but the aura he exuded was enough to be called a king in the void sky domain. In particular, the 7-colored divine sword shocked him. Lin Tian actually used that sword to shake off his giant palm of holy light. Lin Tian was sent flying. He stabilized his body and circulated the nirvana of the sun technique. His injuries quickly healed as he looked at the middle-aged man in the black robe. "Don't even think about touching her. Get lost," he said coldly. Even though he was facing a sky-reaching level expert and knew that he was no match for him, he didn't have the slightest scruple or fear. The middle-aged man in the black robe's eyes turned cold. He didn't say anything else and directly raised his hand to grab Sushu, who was in the godly phoenix barrier. The godly phoenix had finally undergone nirvana. If one could snatch the fruit away at this time, even a sky-reaching level expert could double or triple his strength in a short time. This temptation was so great that even a sky-reaching level expert would find it difficult to resist. Killing intent flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. He shook the 7-colored divine sword in his hand and directly pushed it to the limit, slashing at the middle-aged man. Clang! The 7-colored divine sword vibrated, and killing intent filled the sky as if it wanted to cut everything in the world into pieces. The destructive aura was terrifying. The middle-aged man in the black robe's eyes flickered. Lin Tian's current combat strength was too strange, and the seven-colored divine sword in his hand was too shocking. Although it wasn't enough to threaten him, it still surprised him. However, in the next moment, the surprise in his eyes dissipated. With a cold snort, the huge palm print pressing down on Lin Tian became even more powerful, shattering the void. Lin Tian held the seven-colored divine sword and slashed at the middle-aged man again and again, colliding with him and preventing him from grabbing Sushu. After colliding with the middle-aged man again and again, he wasn't sent flying like before. However, the hand holding the sword cracked, and blood gushed out of his mouth. "Father!" Thousands of feet away, Ruoxian was anxious. The white tiger and little Taichu were also anxious. Lin Tian's combat strength, accumulated through various means, was enough to easily kill an ordinary dominator. However, he was no match for a sky-reaching level expert. Now, he was completely putting his life on the line. Rumble. Terrifying saint energy surged. At this moment, in the distant sky, another expert with a sky-reaching level expert's aura appeared. The primordial godly phoenix can only display its greatest potential after being reborn from fire. This is the second case since the phoenix ancestor. Chapter 2092. After the black-robed, middle-aged man, the second reaching heaven realm cultivator arrived. His saintly aura surged as he wore a blood-red robe. His holy hand landed directly on the godly phoenix barrier, grabbing toward Sushu, who was surrounded by the godly phoenix fire essence. Buzz! The godly phoenix barrier bloomed with a blazing, holy light. The faint cry of the godly phoenix reverberated, blocking the holy hand of the reaching heaven realm cultivator. You've already reached the reaching heaven realm back then? The barrier you set up is actually able to stop me. The eyes of the red-robed, middle-aged man froze. He was clearly surprised. Then the holy light around his body surged and continued to press towards the godly phoenix barrier. The godly phoenix boundary emitted an even stronger fiery light, forcefully blocking the blood-robed, middle-aged man's great palm print of holy light. This made it difficult for the blood-robed, middle-aged man's great palm print of holy light to break through the godly phoenix boundary in a short period of time. However, Su Shu, who was inside the godly phoenix boundary, was shaken. In the process of undergoing the final nirvana, her face suddenly paled, and blood slowly flowed from the corners of her mouth. "Lil Miss!" In the distance, Ruoxian couldn't help but shout. She was shocked, angry, and anxious. The white tiger and little Taichu were also anxious and angry. However, they couldn't do anything at this time. With their current strength, they couldn't help at all. If they rushed up, they would cause trouble for Lin Tian, who was protecting Sushu. They would be a burden to Lin Tian. At this time, Lin Tian gave up on the other black-robed, middle-aged man. Holding the rainbow divine sword, he stepped forward and slashed at the red-robed, middle-aged man. Scram! Seeing that Sushu, who was in nirvana, was bleeding from the impact, his black hair fluttered wildly. His eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. He seemed a little violent. The rainbow divine sword was pushed to the limit by him. With a clang, the sword landed on the arm of the red-robed, middle-aged man that was pressing against the godly phoenix barrier. The middle-aged man in blood-red robes trembled slightly. With a swoosh, the holy light handprint was shattered by the raging sword. Moreover, there were streaks of blood floating in the air. It was a ghastly sight. His arm had been shaken until there were cracks all over it. Reincarnation body. Staring at Lin Tian, the crimson-robed, middle-aged man's eyes turned cold. He was a transcending heaven realm powerhouse, but now his arm had been shattered by Saint King realm cultivator. Although most of his focus was placed on the divine phoenix barrier, and he didn't have any seed to defend against the rainbow divine sword, Having his arm shattered like that was still a humiliation for a master of his level. "Scram!" Lin Tian said in a cold voice. He slashed horizontally with a rainbow divine sword, sweeping out a sky full of rainbow sword rays as he furiously slashed towards the blood-robed, middle-aged man. This sword was even stronger than the previous one. It seemed to be able to cut through everything. The red-robed, middle-aged man's eyes turned even colder. This level of attack was not enough to threaten him, but did not mean that he could just ignore it. He immediately unleashed his sane energy and slammed it towards the sword light that Lin Tian was slashing down. Chi, chi, chi. Along with a series of soft sounds, Lin Tian's sword light was completely shattered in the blink of an eye. All of them turned into light and dissipated. Reincarnation body, do you want to die? If you take the initiative to attack again, I can still kill you. It's not like I took the initiative to attack you. The red-robed, middle-aged man said coldly. Lin Tian didn't say anything. The saint light around his body surged as the Taiji godly domain protected him. The rainbow divine sword slashed horizontally at the red-robed, middle-aged man. The red-robed, middle-aged man's eyes turned even colder. With a cold snort, his saint aura surged as an unparalleled light pressed towards Lin Tian. In just a moment, Lin Tian's saint body trembled violently as blood gushed out of his mouth. However, his expression didn't change. It was filled with violence and murderous intent. Whoosh! On the other side, the black-robed, middle-aged man moved. While Lin Tian was blocking the red-robed, middle-aged man, he raised his hand and unleashed his saint energy to grab Sushu, who was in the midst of nirvana within the divine phoenix barrier. Scram! Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding. His eyes were cold and filled with violence. While blocking the red-robed, middle-aged man, he swept the rainbow divine sword toward the black-robed, middle-aged man. The rainbow sword rays intertwined, filling the sky with rainbow-killing lights. In an instant, he blocked the attacks of two immortal ascension cultivators by himself. Rumbling sounds could be heard. Terrifying sane energy surged in this place, quickly attracting many cultivators nearby. This was because many cultivators had entered this underground world. There were at least hundreds of thousands of them. Many of them sensed the terrifying aura here. That's the divine phoenix Tao fruit. These cultivators naturally saw the divine phoenix barrier as soon as they arrived here. It was too eye-catching. Looking at the divine phoenix barrier and Sushu bathed in the divine phoenix essence fire, these cultivators were all shocked. The divine phoenix from back then didn't die. That woman is the reincarnation of the divine phoenix. She's undergoing nirvana. Although these cultivators weren't very strong, they weren't weak either. The weakest of them was at the heavenly god tier. Naturally, they had good eyesight and saw through many things in an instant. The divine phoenix undergoing nirvana in nirvana. This kind of Tao fruit is priceless. It's also endlessly beneficial to immortal ascension cultivators. Many people's eyes lit up. Then these cultivators naturally saw Lin Tian, the black-robed, middle-aged man, and the red-robed, middle-aged man who were fighting fiercely. That's the reincarnation body. Those two people seemed to be the darkest sages and the northern black poison emperor. The reincarnation body, is actually fighting fiercely with those two immortal ascension cultivators at the same time. His cultivation is obviously only at the same king tier, but his aura is actually so strong. Also, that sword's power, it's simply. These cultivators were shocked. The darkest sages and the northern black poison emperor are obviously here for the divine phoenix, Tao fruit. Is the reincarnation body fighting with them? It doesn't look like it. He seems to be protecting the woman inside and stopping the darkest sages and the northern black poison emperor. Many cultivators were shocked. Originally, these cultivators had come to this underground world for the divine phoenix, Tao fruit, in this underground space. However, at this time, The divine phoenix Tao fruit was right in front of them, but none of these cultivators dared to go forward. After all, the most powerful among these cultivators was only at the Saint King tier. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian, the Darkest Sages, and the Northern Black Poison Emperor, how could they dare to go there to fight for the divine phoenix Tao fruit? If they really went there, they would definitely be wiped out in an instant. Boom! 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 In front of the battlefield, Lin Tian blocked the Darkest Sages and the Northern Black Poison Emperor by himself and swept out sword rays that filled the sky. He had already used the ancestral dragon energy underground to improve his cultivation. At this time, he did not draw out a large amount of ancestral dragon energy from the underground. Therefore, the Darkest Sages and the Northern Black Poison Emperor, who were at the heaven-reaching level, did not notice the abnormality in this place. Most of their attention was focused on the divine phoenix barrier. Clang! He shook the rainbow divine sword, and in the blink of an eye, a large sword energy storm was formed and swept across the Darkest Sages and the Northern Black Poison Emperor. In the process, he did not hurt the two of them. He was injured by the two of them again and again, but he blocked the two heaven-reaching level existences and prevented them from getting close to the divine phoenix barrier. Boom! Suddenly, in the distant sky, the firmament shook, and another heaven-reaching level aura appeared. In the southeast, 3 figures appeared. All of them were intertwined with heaven-reaching level aura. Wherever they passed, a large area of space was shattered. In the southwest, 6 figures surrounded by lightning were very fast. It was as if the god of thunder had come out and arrived in the blink of an eye. Chapter 2093. From different directions, more than 20 Immortal Ascension level experts strode over, causing everyone's expression to change. That's the King of Darkness, Eternal Peace Immortal, King of Heltongbe, the Thunder Clan's 7th Elder, 8th Elder, 9th Elder, 10th Elder, 11th Elder, and 12th Elder. Of the 12 Heavenspan Prime Elders in this bloodline, there are actually 6 of them. Lord of Lini, Lord of Xian Quan, Lord of Duanrong, Lord of Final Pass, Lord of Nanjing, Lord of Heaven Hiu. The Celestial Court is here too. 15 Heaven Masters this. In the Celestial Void Realm, there are not many Immortal Ascension levels. In total, there were only about 1,000 of them. Therefore, everyone in the cultivation world of the Celestial Void Realm knew about them. The Ruoxian White Tiger and Little Taichu's expressions changed drastically. Lin Tian had already put his life on the line to stop just 2 heaven-connecting stage experts, and was continuously injured. However, now 24 more such existences had arrived. In front of them, holy light intertwined. After the 10 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court, the 6 Supreme Elders of the Thunder Clan, and the King of Darkness appeared. Their gazes fell on the godly Phoenix boundary. The primordial Phoenix clan fought with their lives on the line. Once they achieved nirvana, they wouldn't be much weaker than the immortal spirit royal family. She's on her way to success. Extraordinary Tao fruit. Dazzling light intertwined in the eyes of more than 20 people. All of them grabbed towards the divine phoenix barrier because they had sensed the aura of the divine phoenix's final nirvana. They had all come to seize the divine phoenix's final nirvana, Tao fruit. Get out of my way. A cold voice rang out. Lin Tianyi blocked the Darkest Sages and the Northern Black Poison Emperor while waving the rainbow divine sword. A dazzling rainbow sword light bloomed and swept towards the 20 people. The faces of the 24 Immortal Ascension level experts sank. When they arrived, they naturally saw Lin Tian, but they didn't move. Because of an old drunkard, they didn't dare to take the initiative to attack Lin Tian. They only looked inside the godly phoenix boundary. When they saw Lin Tian waving his sword at them, they all revealed a cold expression. In particular, the 15 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court had obvious murderous intent in their eyes. The Celestial Court had looked down on the Heaven Realm for countless years. In the past, they had only been afraid of the human king and had only lost face in the hands of the human king. That incident had happened so long ago that they had almost forgotten about it. However, in this era, an old drunkard was like the human king back then. He had made them lose face again and made them experience the feeling of losing face again. This feeling was incomparably uncomfortable. This uncomfortable feeling had always existed. When they saw Lin Tian now, their eyes were naturally colder than the others. This was because Lin Tian was an old drunkard's disciple. More importantly, an old drunkard's warning to the celestial court and the entire heaven realm of nothingness was caused by Lin Tian. "Do you want to die?" Heaven Master Xian Quan said coldly. His eyes were extremely cold, as if they could freeze everything in this world. As he spoke, this person and the others attacked together, shattering all the 7-colored sword lights that Lin Tian had slashed out. "Don't even think of touching her." Lin Tian's mouth was bleeding, but his eyes were as cold as Heaven Master Xian Quan's, carrying a sharp and intimidating murderous intent. Heaven Master Xian Quan and the others naturally knew that the her Lin Tian was referring to was Sushu in the Divine Phoenix Barrier. They could also see that Lin Tian was now protecting the reincarnation of the Divine Phoenix Barrier. However, they did not care about the reason. "Who do you think you are? You're just an ant. You should be grateful that we didn't touch you. But you still want to order us around." The eyes of the dozens of sky-level existences were very cold. Then they moved again, grabbing at Sushu in the Divine Phoenix Barrier. Dozens of sky-level saint powers surged. Lin Tian held the 7-colored divine sword tightly and madly activated this divine sword, blocking the dozens of sky-level powerhouses. The sharp sword light spread out in all directions. The eyes of the dozens of sky-level powerhouses turned even colder and more sinister. Their attacks became heavier, and the surging saint powers surged. The 7-colored sword lights that filled the sky were shattered. Lin Tian spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body was immediately covered with cracks and blood flowed out. However, his expression did not change. His blood-dyed black hair danced wildly, and the 7-colored divine sword in his hand bloomed with an even more dazzling light. He slashed at the dozens of sky-level powerhouses, blocking dozens of others, not allowing anyone to get close to Sushu. "Daddy!" Thousands of feet away, Ruoxian clenched her fists. She was very upset to see her father, who had doted on her since she was born, being injured continuously. The white tiger and little Taichu's expressions were also very ugly. They were shocked and angry, but at this time there was nothing they could do. At the same time, the other cultivators were moved by this scene. They could not help but be shocked. What's his relationship with the reincarnation of the Divine Phoenix? Why is he fighting so hard for her? That's not important, right? Now he's clearly only a sky-level cultivator, but he's actually blocking dozens of sky-level powerhouses by himself. How did he do it? How can he do such a thing? The group of cultivators watched in disbelief as Lin Tian blocked more than 20 sky-level powerhouses by himself. Boom! 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 Shocking saint energy surged. The saint light lingered, and the sword light filled the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 breaths had passed. Lin Tian blocked more than 20 sky-level powerhouses by himself. He kept waving the 7-colored divine sword, and the 7-colored sword light filled all directions. Blood kept splattering from his body. Heaven Master Xianquan and the others were surrounded by sky-level aura, and their eyes were gradually filled with shock. They were all sky-level powerhouses, but now a sky-level cultivator was actually blocking dozens of them by himself. This was unbelievable. Even if Lin Tian was the most powerful reincarnated being, and even if the 7-color divine sword was extraordinary, it was absolutely impossible for him to block dozens of sky-level powerhouses with a sky-level cultivation. But now, the truth was right in front of them, and they had no choice but to believe it. Lin Tian had indeed done it. although he did not hurt them at all, and although they kept injuring Lin Tian had indeed blocked them time and time again. In a short time, they could not break through Lin Tian's blockade and could not get close to the divine Phoenix barrier. Enough! You took the initiative to attack us and you asked for it. You can't blame anyone for dying in our hands. Even if we kill you and take your source energy, your master will have nothing to say. The 8th elder of the Thunder Clan said coldly. His eyes were emotionless, and there was also a light of greed intertwined. The sky-level aura around his body suddenly increased several times, and endless holy light pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, the other 20 sky-level powerhouses' eyes were also intertwined with a bright light. Their sky-level aura also became stronger, and they pressed down on Lin Tian with all their might. Some even directly grabbed at Lin Tian's abdomen, wanting to take the reincarnation source energy directly. Unparalleled sky-level aura immediately shrouded the entire space. It's over. Even if he is the strongest reincarnated being, no matter how strange he is, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeves, no matter how terrifying the sword in his hand is, his cultivation level is still there. How can he withstand the attacks of dozens of sky-level beings? This he did take the initiative to attack. Even if his source energy was taken away, his master will have nothing to say. Why is he protecting the reincarnated divine phoenix? This, I don't understand. The group of cultivators shook their heads and sighed. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu's expressions changed drastically. The combined attack of dozens of sky-level powerhouses at this time was too powerful. Lin Tian definitely couldn't block it. For a moment, they couldn't hold it in anymore. Even if they knew that their strength wouldn't be of any help, they still couldn't help but rush over. Then, almost at the same time, in this space, the melodious sound of the flute dissipated. Lin Tian, who was enveloped by dozens of sky-level auras, disappeared instantly. Sushu, who was inside the divine phoenix barrier, also disappeared. The next moment, she appeared beside Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu, causing Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu to stop at the same time. At the same time, several other figures appeared beside them. The Violet Fairy, Jiyu, by Qiu, Shui Lin Shi, AI, Ziyu, and Yanyer. Chapter 2094. Ruoxian, White Tiger, and Little Taichu were all stunned at the same time. Then they were all overjoyed. Mother! Seeing that Wu Yi had finally arrived, Ruoxian almost cried. Then she quickly ran to Lin Tian's side. Father, how are you? White Tiger and Little Taichu were pleasantly surprised. After that, they quickly rushed to Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian had suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. Together with Sushu and the phoenix barrier that enveloped Sushu, he had appeared here. They knew that this must have something to do with Wu Yi. It must be the power of space that had caused Lin Tian and Sushu to teleport. Lin Tian, brother, Jiyu, Shui, and Lin, she appeared here. Naturally, they immediately rushed to Lin Tian's side. All of them were upset and angry. In their field of vision, Lin Tian was covered in blood. The surface of his body was covered in cracks. His life force was very weak. It was as if he would die at any moment. Wu Yi was dressed in a white silk dress. She was so beautiful that it was almost unreal. It was as if she had walked out of a painting. At this moment, she was beside Lin Tian. She squatted down in front of Lin Tian. A pure holy light immediately overflowed from her body and enveloped Lin Tian. In an instant, Lin Tian's injuries began to heal at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tian was severely injured at this moment. His life force was at its lowest. His consciousness was a little hazy. Even his vision was very blurry. However, he could still sense that Wu Yi had arrived. At the same time, he could also sense that Violet, Fairy, Jiyu, and Lin, she had all come together. They were all here now. You're here. His voice was weak. His blurry eyes saw Violet, Fairy, Jiyu, and the others. Then his gaze fell on Wu Yi. Although he was severely injured at this moment, he still forced a smile. Yes, Wu Yi nodded. She was still as calm as ever. There were still no clear fluctuations on her beautiful face. However, her gaze was not as gentle as it usually was. Instead, it was much more serene. The divine splendor that surged towards Lin Tian became even more intense. At the same time, all of the other cultivators were visibly moved. That is... Everyone's eyes fell on Wu Yi at this moment. The first thing they did was not to be surprised by Lin Tian and Su Shu's sudden movement, but to be stunned by Wu Yi's appearance. Regardless of age, gender, at this moment, they were all stunned. That kind of appearance was so beautiful that no one could find the right words to describe it. It made everything pale in comparison. Only after a dozen breaths did these people remember the matter of Lin Tian and Su Shu in the divine phoenix barrier. The reincarnated body and the reincarnated divine phoenix actually moved all of a sudden. What is going on? Could it be related to that white-dressed woman? That white-dressed woman and the other 8 women. How? How did they appear just now? These cultivators looked at Lin Tian, Su Shu, Wu Yi, the Violet Fairy, and Ji Yu in shock. Even the darkest sages, the Northern Black Poison Emperor, the 6 great elders of the Thunder Clan, and the 15 Heaven Masters of the Celestial Court were frowning. Even as powerful as they could not sense how Lin Tian and Su Shu were suddenly moved, nor could they see how Wu Yi and the others appeared. Because of these doubts, they did not move for a while. Beside Lin Tian, Wu Yi was as calm as usual. Divine splendor continuously surged towards Lin Tian. It was pure and peaceful, causing Lin Tian's essence, qi, and spirit to recover rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his injuries were healed, but his essence, qi, and spirit had not yet recovered to their peak. That's great, Father. Seeing that Lin Tian's injuries had healed, the Ruoxian was very happy and jumped into Lin Tian's arms. It's great that you're fine. It's great that you're fine, Ji Yu said. He repeated, "It's great that you're fine," twice. It was obvious that he had been very worried before. The Violet Fairy, Shui Yi, and the others also let out long sighs of relief. They were all relieved. Just a while ago, Lin Tian's condition was not very good. This bunch of old things. The White Tiger looked at the darkest sages and the others in the distance, his eyes full of coldness. Ji Yu, Bai Qiu, and the others also looked at the dozens of transcending heaven realm cultivators, their eyes filled with coldness and anger. Then, in the next moment, their gazes shifted again, landing on Su Shu, who was within the divine phoenix barrier. I didn't expect Sister Su Shu to be. Shui Ye's eyes were filled with unconcealable shock. At the same time, the Violet Fairy Yenya, and the other girls were also shocked. Because of Wu Yi, the girls had seen many things on their way here before they arrived. They knew that Su Shu was the reincarnation of the primordial divine phoenix, and they were all very shocked. Lin Tian's injuries had healed at this time. His gaze also fell on Su Shu, who was in the godly phoenix barrier. Naturally, he could feel Ji Yu and the others' shock, but he did not say anything. He looked at Su Shu. Su Shu was still in the final stages of nirvana, and it seemed that she could not sense the outside world. Her eyes were closed, and she was enveloped by the godly phoenix barrier. The godly phoenix essence fire and the fire phoenix were constantly surging into her body. However, her face was a little pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. Looking at this scene, Lin Tian could not help but clench his fists. This was caused by the Northern Black Poison Emperor. While he was angry, he also blamed himself. He blamed himself for not being able to protect Su Shu. Wu Yi was very calm, and one could not tell if she was happy, angry, or sad. Her gaze also fell on Su Shu. She reached out and touched the godly phoenix barrier, entering it without any resistance. Her hand landed on Su Shu's cheek, and she wiped away the bloodstain at the corner of Su Shu's mouth. This is In the distance, the northern Black Poison Emperor was immediately shocked. Previously, when he was close to the godly Phoenix barrier, he spent a lot of energy, but still could not break through it. But now, in his field of vision, Wu-Yi directly put her hand into the barrier, and the godly Phoenix essence fire seemed to exist in vain. There was no reaction at all. Moreover, the terrifying godly Phoenix essence fire that could burn everything in the godly Phoenix barrier did not hurt Wu-Yi at all. It was as if the fire was fake. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. He could feel that the godly Phoenix barrier was incomparably tough. Moreover, he had seen with his own eyes that the godly Phoenix barrier had stopped the northern Black Poison Emperor, and the northern Black Poison Emperor had not been able to break through the godly Phoenix barrier's blockade in a short period of time, even after using extremely strong saint power. But now Wu-Yi had easily done it. He looked at Wu-Yi. How powerful was Wu-Yi now? When you left them to me. It's my responsibility to protect them. It was also at this time that Wu-Yi spoke. However, she did not move her lips. Instead, she used her divine consciousness to communicate. Lin Tian was immediately moved. Wu-Yi, when they were trapped in the Wushang domain for more than 300 years, Wu-Yi could not use her divine consciousness because her cultivation base was suppressed to 0. Gradually, she adapted to speaking like an ordinary person instead of using her divine consciousness to speak. Since then, Wu-Yi had been speaking like an ordinary person all these years. After he married Wu-Yi, they had a Ruoxian. Once, when Wu-Yi brought Ruoxian out to play, he smiled and said to Wu-Yi that it had been a long time since he had seen Wu-Yi use her divine consciousness to speak, and he missed it. He did not know when Wu-Yi would use her divine consciousness to speak again. Chapter 2095. Lin Tian's gaze wavered as he looked at Wu-Yi. Wu-Yi was angry. Within the godly Phoenix enchantment, the godly Phoenix fire essence danced and burned. It was even more terrifying than the godly fire essence. However, Wu-Yi's hand was not burned at all. Wu-Yi wiped the blood from the corner of Sushu's mouth and took one last look at Sushu. Then, she stood up and looked at the darkest sages and the others. Looking at the dozens of immortal sages, there was no anger on her face. However, she was no longer as calm as she usually was. Mother, they've gone too far. They're all demons in human skin, Ruoxian said as she glared at the dozens of immortal sages. The faces of the more than 20 immortal sages darkened when they heard that. They were immortal sages, but they were being called demons in human skin. The darkest sages looked at Ruoxian and said coldly, "Stupid girl, who do you think you are? Speak." Slap. The sound of a slap was extremely loud and clear. Before venerable extreme darkness could finish his words, the space beside him suddenly became distorted. The outline of a palm appeared and landed on his face at an extremely fast speed, directly sending him flying. Then the space shook again. The darkest sages did not even have time to stabilize himself before he was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and even his soul was destroyed. The darkest sages are dead. What happened? The space. Such a scene immediately caused the faces of everyone present to turn pale. The darkest sages, immortal sages, had been famous in the celestial realm of nothingness for countless years. Now he was dead. The most frightening thing was that they did not even see anyone make a move throughout the entire process. Even people as strong as the 10 heaven masters of the celestial court and the 6 supreme elders of the Thunder Clan were shocked. At the same time, Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble slightly. Wu-Yi, the darkest sages, had just opened his mouth to berate Ruoxian when she was attacked. Naturally, he knew that Wu-Yi was the culprit. And immortal sages had actually been killed by Wu-Yi in an instant. During this entire process, Wu-Yi stood in the same spot and did not move at all. She only glanced at the other party. At the same time, the White Tiger and little Taichu naturally knew that the death of the darkest sages was related to Wu-Yi. At this moment, they trembled slightly like Lin Tian. The darkest sages was an omnipotent expert, but he was destroyed with a single glance. Space divine law. Within one's field of vision, space is a weapon wherever one's gaze passes. However, to destroy everything with one's gaze, the white tiger was stunned. Ruoxian, the violet fairy Jiu, and the others also knew that Wu Yi was the culprit. However, they did not show the same expression of shock as Lin Tian, the white tiger, and little Taichu. This was because they had been cultivating with Wu Yi all these years. They knew very well how powerful Wu Yi was now. Wu Yi, kill all of them. The violet fairy said coldly. She did not call Wu Yi little Yi, as she usually did. This was because she was very angry. These people dared to make such a futile attempt to steal the fruit of Tao from Sushu's past and present lives. They interfered with Sushu's nirvana and injured her favorite brother so severely. In front of them, the 15 heaven masters of the celestial court, the 6 supreme elders of the Thunder Clan, the northern Black Poison Emperor, the fierce king of Full Een, the immortal of eternal peace, and the king of Hell Tongbei all looked at Wu Yi. They all sensed that the death of the darkest sages was related to Wu Yi. Their pupils shrank slightly. The northern Black Poison Emperor said in a low voice. His eyes were filled with shock as he looked at Wu Yi and said, "Just now you killed." The space trembled and a light blade flashed. It cut off the northern Black Poison Emperor's words and cut him into pieces. Blood splattered across the sky. Moreover, his spiritual body was also annihilated. Wu Yi did not show any anger. However, she was no longer as calm and gentle as she usually was. A breeze blew around her. The hem of her white dress swayed slightly in the breeze. An aura that caused the heavens and earth to tremble spread out from her body. Then, in the next moment, the vast celestial realm of nothingness darkened. Ear-piercing thunder exploded in the sky. Divine chains made of light shuttled back and forth in the sky like divine dragons. The entire celestial realm of nothingness shook violently. In an instant, everyone in this place trembled and turned pale. At this time, the crowd of cultivators all looked at Wu Yi. This time, it was not because of her unreal beauty, but because of the pressure that caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Facing such a terrifying pressure, facing the darkened sky and the violently shaking celestial realm of nothingness, these cultivators could not even say a word. At this moment, they collectively lost their voices and trembled. At the same time, they all knew that the darkest sages and the northern Black Poison Emperor had definitely died at Wu Yi's hands. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but flicker violently. Like the other cultivators, he was completely stunned at this moment. Ruoxian had mentioned that they had accidentally found a time-space in the super-ancient tomb and obtained an extra 2,000 years of time. He did not expect that Wu Yi had become so strong in these 2,000 years. As this aura appeared, he clearly felt that in the boundless heavens and earth, all the Daos were trembling. The white tiger and the little Taichu were as shocked as he was. At this time, they could not stop trembling, and their eyes were full of shock. At the same time, the 15 heaven masters of the celestial court, the 6 supreme elders of the Thunder Clan, the Full Een King, Eternal Peace Jisian, and Tongbei Yama's expressions changed drastically. In an instant, they broke out in cold sweat, and their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. At this moment, just the pressure alone caused the vast celestial realm of nothingness to almost explode and collapse, causing them to panic uncontrollably. Moreover, the most important thing was that the divine, dragon-like, divine chains of light in the sky made them feel incomparably terrified. They recognized that it was the material form of the power of order. It was the divine chains of order. One person could actually cultivate order, which was already extremely terrifying and difficult to control, to such an extent that the entire sky of the celestial realm of nothingness was filled with divine chains of order. Was he still human? Was this something that could be done by a human? Go, go, go. A heaven master of the celestial court said in a trembling voice, and his body could not stop shaking. He called out to the other heaven masters and immediately fled far away. At the same time, the 6 supreme elders of the Thunder Clan, the full Een King, Eternal Peace Jisien, and Tongbei Yama's faces were filled with horror. At this moment, they completely lost the dignity and calmness that heaven masters should have and fled like stray dogs. There was basically no need to use too many of them. At this moment, these tens of Empyreans were very clear that it was impossible for them to block an existence that possessed such terrifying might and had cultivated the power of order to such a degree. The disparity between them was simply immeasurable. For a time, the dozens of heaven masters were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed an endless distance. It was also at this time that the order in the sky was turbulent, and Wu Yi's divine voice floated in all directions. Don't even think about leaving. Almost as soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding space shook violently, and the dozens of transcending heaven experts who had escaped in all directions were immediately jolted back to where they were.